Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, July the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Yes, I see one yes. I see two yeses. Okay. So definitely keep an eye on this double N, guys. I mean, it's starting to move right now. I do have a price alert set around 217. I think that's the high in the pre-market. Interesting news. Some kind of a blood monitoring without having to draw blood, I guess. Okay, well, let's see what happens with this double N. Double N. Another low float situation, 8 million in float. And this is another Israeli company. I'm going to have to start following, maybe, tracking a lot of these Israeli companies. We're seeing so many more over the last couple of years, 2, 3 years. Give me a moment here. All right, other things that are happening. So in case you're looking at Resolute, it's a buyout by Domtar, old Canadian company, Domtar. RFP is a buyout, just in case you're wondering when you see this flatlining across. That's a buyout. I think the buyout price is around 2050. KZIA. KZIA is gapping up. FDA granting them rare pediatric disease designation. So a lot of volume, 2 million, 2.7 million already. Another low float situation. Just for you, Zach. Just for you. Enjoy. ENJY. I saw this one popping. I thought about you immediately. Look at the volume, 21 million shares. And I should talk, and DAC, you and DAC are penny mavens, sub $1 mavens. So there's ENJY. A lot of volume. I don't see any specific news on it. Okay, KRNT is gapping down. So it looks like they have earnings on the 10th, but they're sort of pre-warning that they're going to be guiding lower for Q2. So it's an Israeli company. In this case, on the way down. Big drop, 23%, and that is KRNT. AMTI, gapping down on negative data. This is an all-time low right now. I was actually looking to short this one, but it just started to move a little higher, so I'm holding off. So this is AMTI, negative phase 2 data. Maybe William can do a back of the envelope. Look at double N. And yes, that's why I had to pause, trying to figure out. Now, I know somebody mentioned the financing. Okay, you're right. Right for a finance. I just doubt it's going to be today. Yeah, the big area is right here, right around here, 250, the 250 area. I mean, the news might be just so good. Perception of the news may be so good that it won't matter, and especially with that float. Maybe this is today's FFIE. IFRX. It's another, I think another is, no, I'm sorry, German company. I think it's Germany. Yeah, German company. They get FDA fast track status also. IFRX, another low, actually not super low, 37 million. RADA, R-A-D-A, R-A-D-A. Yeah, big gap down. Another Israeli company. This is kind of classified as a bit of a defense stock, maybe. Yeah, defense stock. Trading lower after the company. Yeah, issued Q2 sales guidance below analyst estimates. So again, they don't release until the first, but another one kind of pre-warning. So we've got DoorDash and Uber both getting hammered a bit here. Not a bit. I guess with Amazon inking some kind of a deal with Grub. Now I looked up Grub. Is it not trading? This is not. This is not it. It can't be it. Grubhub. I don't see it. It even says Grubhub. Or is it? I mean, it just doesn't look. And it's not loading into Interactive Broker. So I don't know what the symbol got delisted. Is that what it is? Okay. So you're trying to tell me that Amazon is hitching their wagon to an unlisted company. Why not? Frey, F-R-E-Y, F-R-E-Y. No news, just an EV play, battery play. Yeah, signs of life for Riven, R-I-V-N. Little pop here for Riven. Says they produced 4,400 vehicles in Q2 and delivered 4,467. All right. Whoa. It's all my price alerts here, guys. So yeah, I don't typically trade in the first 15 unless it happens to be, something in the pre-market. So Uber was also down, I guess, with Uber Eats taking a hit with his Amazon deal. Now this is gapped right back down. I call this a gap up. One of these companies, another company saying, hey, we may buy up to 1 million shares in our company on a buyback program. Again, another Israeli company. But when I first saw it, it was up here. So it has actually gone negative. And now for a little company, we can believe this, it's something like $460 million in backlog orders, EOSE, fairly low float. I don't know, spread over how many years, I'm not sure. Obviously, it's not just in 1 year, but that was the news. So more than doubles our backlog to over 460 million. Let's try to read this. Two significant orders, solar. Forecasted over the next 3 years. I mean, it's still, it looks like pretty good news. That's EOSE. And Sabre, actually, SABR could be interesting. Anybody looking for a longer term play? Only because Bank of America, here's what they said. We think the worst is over for this company. That's what we think. And they've announced a $10 buy target. Basically, they're saying bad news is already now priced in. This is a technology company. When I used to know this company, I thought they were exclusively with American. I think this was American's basically order entry system, etc. American Airlines reservation system. I don't know if they are more than just American now, but anyway. Bank of America saying the bad news is all priced in now. So they spun off, and so now they're basically technology for the airline industry. Harry, I kind of thought so, but when I first knew about them, I think they were definitely exclusively with American and their reservation system. Okay, it is now, excuse me, it is now 9:11. So let me just do a quick look to see, excuse me, how busy the analysts are. See what's happening at briefing.com. All right, a few more downgrades. So anyway, these are the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Here is that Sabre upgrade. All right, there are the upgrades from briefing.com. And now I'll get the downgrades in. They say there are a few more downgrades. A few more to go. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, I don't know what this is. This a blank check? DNAC must be. Yeah. I'm hearing RKT. I noticed it had an upgrade this morning. RKT. I'm hearing it in my text to voice, my gap ups, text to voice right here. RKT had an upgrade this morning. Probably a ton of resistance around at 870. Yeah, so we are going to see, man, oil under $100 again. Well, WTI anyway. All right, guys. I'm gonna wait a couple of minutes and we'll take a look at the sectors. I'm sure Let me just do a quick look to see what Brent is doing. Yeah, so yeah, WTI is right at 100. Brent's at 104. Yesterday's star starting to fade a bit here. FFIE did have a big pop in the pre-market though. It did get up to 551. The high yesterday was around 644. So it did have it was moving in the pre-market. Actually got above the close of yesterday. So at one point this was positive, but it is selling off, not shortable for me. Yeah, USC, good one, Zach. Zach Dak. Zach Dak. Dak Zach. Good one, Dak. I did not take this. But, I mean, it seems, almost too good to be true. I mean, $460 million in backlog. Looks like these contracts, I don't know how long these are. Some of them look like at least 3 years, which is fine. Not a huge float, 46 million in the float. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sector. So we're in for well, actually, the SPY is basically neutral right now. So I'm going to take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on new and then dock channel bar, and then scroll down until you see sector status. Oil should be 100%. There we are. Okay, oil, energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And why I said 100% for XLE. So this is the main ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% all red, that means every single stock that makes up XLE is down from yesterday's close. Okay. Now the SPY is basically flat right now. So is there there's really no strong sector, really no strong sector right now. The tech is about 50-50. Of course, this is going to all change. In a heartbeat, well, not a heartbeat, but if we look at this on the change from the open, it'd be interesting to see what energy does today on the change from the open. Check this about half an hour from now, maybe 45 minutes, right around maybe around 10 o'clock, and see what the difference is. I was watching OCFT, but it seems to be giving it up now. OCFT, a little bit, giving it up a little bit, 235 down to 225, still up a little. Um, China company had a nice day yesterday, a couple of nice days actually. Maybe a continuation. Okay, double I, double N, still kind of holding in there. I've traded some out. I'm going to put an alert up at 244. Well, we've got some topping tails to contend with, I guess, with the EOSE now. Not shortable for me though, Interactive Brokers, but maybe the steam has run out just a bit here. By the way, Denver, Mr. Denver Tom, there is a new build out. I'm testing it right now. It's not available yet. It appears that the linking is working again with IB. It appears. No, I could get it working before. I had what I had to do though is I had with this latest the build before this one, I had to disable the external linking. Okay, so which is not a big deal. I had to just delete it, so it couldn't save it, and so I'd load IB, I'd load trade ideas, and then I'd do the linking, and it was fine. Okay, so instead of being able to save the link, but I just tested it now. They just gave me a new build to test. And I kept the link, saved the link just like before, and it appears to be working. So, but others are going to have to test it too. I don't mean others as in you guys, but others within Trade Ideas. So I'm probably, well, I mean, once the link is established, it's established. So there's really no more testing on my part. I suppose I'll have to see tomorrow. Does it work again tomorrow? No, I'm on a development version. Okay, I'm on something. I'm on like 0.92. Whatever's on the website is the latest version that you guys can have. I thought it was actually 0.89, but I may be wrong. Okay, so yeah, so the production version, yeah, is 0.69, but the beta's fine. At least, well, I think it's fine. 0.89. So maybe that was the problem with link. I don't know. I have to admit, I don't know if that's when the linking, IB linking happened. Well, you can do it, Catahoula. It's just a bit of a pain. You got to run. Well, I don't know if it's a pain. I mean, there is a way to do it. If you're talking about using Brokerage Plus and TOS, no. And that's what we're not talking about. I'm just talking about just, external linking. Yeah, again, the worrisome part are these topping tails. If you're in this one, EOSE, we've got basically four of them in a row. T-Doc, yeah, T-Doc, I did notice this one earlier, coming into some resistance now. I'm trying to see if there's any news on it. Bank of America reiterates. Yeah, you know what? I looked at this and they've put a $42 price tag on it. Not enough. Come on, make it 60 or 70. Get us interested. But all kidding aside, I mean, Bank of America covers with neutral and a $42 price target. So when you look left here, yeah, I mean, well, it's gapped up over all this, I guess now. The high over here was around 40, 39.85. Right? Yeah, so 39.85. So, yeah, so I mean, this has got the next high looking left is way up here at 59.69. Yeah, I know there's a bit of a trick, Catahoula, but I'm sure you've talked to the guys at Trade Ideas, and they're giving you the instructions, running both as administrators, etc. But I've never used TOS, so I really can't help you. But I know there are people in the room, the main trading room, that use TOS, and they're able to externally link. The trade of the week is not doing too badly, guys. Trigger was 380 yesterday. I mean, it got up to in after hours 410. The high right there is 417. So there's your area to try to take out, I guess. Yeah, and in fact, Catahoula, somebody in the main room is saying, I link with TOS every morning. I think there is one, Jamie, a video linking TI and TOS. I think there is one. All right, guys. Yeah, just go to our homepage and click on the questions and answers and click on ask a question within, okay? I mean, I know there are people who do it. It's not maybe the easiest linking, but I mean, once it's done, it's done. All right, guys, what time is it? About a minute and a half, a minute and a half till the open. AVDL, little action. I don't see anything. Oh, start my races. Had some action with it. You're right. AVDL. Yeah, I mean, 50 million in the float, so it's not crazy low, it's not crazy high, but 50 million in the float. Don't see any specific news. All right, everybody, the market's going to open in less than a minute. So let's have a great, great trading day today. Look at Uber, guys. Uber on that Amazon Grub news. I'm sure Lyft must be doing the same thing. Oops. They must have had an Eats. Not really. I guess they didn't. I guess Uber Eats was, I guess Amazon or Lyft didn't get into that. Was this Uber Eats? All right, guys, we are now open. Okay, double N still hanging tough. Have some left in case it has that big move. There's the high in the pre-market, I think, is the high in the pre-market is 243. Takes that out. This could really get rocking again. So on the open, yeah, basically flat. Dow's up a little, Nas is up a little, SPY's, I mean, basically the market's flat on the open. And we have our first halt of the day. AMTI actually on the way up. Look at the market now. So the market had a nice little move here before it opened. Now we got a nice green bar to start. AMTI is actually halted. William, I don't know if William's in the room. I wanted you to do a back of the envelope check on AMTI. I don't know if they have any other drug, but AMTI is now halted. There was a phase. Look at double I, double N, guys. Checking out that pre-market high now. Now we have something showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, but for me, it's just too early. Even though it's working, it's too early for me. If it were an all-time low, it's getting close, but KRNT, and again with the KRNT, it is weak guidance. So they're sort of forewarning weak guidance coming up for Q2. And there's the alert at 2252. I just can't take them that early, but it's moving. Double I, double N, the big challenge now at 250. I think uranium stocks are going, guys. Uranium, I see a couple of uranium stocks, UEC and U. I'm sorry. U is not a uranium stock. It's just a symbol. Even Revlon, guys, again. Revlon active all the time. Here's double I, double N. I mean, all this resistance may not matter. I mean, up here is 317, just because of the interesting aspect of the news. The perception of this news is what's going to drive it. Yeah, boy, wow, grunt KRNT. It's my the pig sound. The oink oink is what's alerting me here. Wow, Rocket's on the way here. Rocket, RKT on that upgrade. That upgrade really helping it. But it's only a $10 price target from Wells Fargo, WFC. Yeah, you're mentioning Viru. So what's the next high looking left is 1284. So, you know what, 60 cents away or so. And by the way, guys, that promo code is still alive. I was well quite sure it would not be alive today. So the promo for 25% off is still alive. I just checked this morning. Usually they give you 1 day's grace, which would have been yesterday, but maybe they forgot. So I'm not going to tell them. Wow. Well, there you go. I mean, my bias of not taking a trade early, but this KRNT on the short, look at that, 22.52. So there's a dollar move now, a dollar move for KRNT, and it's actually getting closer and closer to an all-time low. And Viru over, well, there was the alert at 12.12. Pre-market high was way up at 1302 or so. Oh my goodness. Well, there's a big miss, but got to stick to my rules, guys. I mean, I just don't like taking these stocks in the first 15 minutes. Seen too many times where, yeah, it moved down and then it could have moved up and down, up and down. So in this particular case, though, straight down, 22.52, 21.12 now. Wow. And that is one of these scans I am sharing. So if you're a little more not quite as conservative as I am, that was a tremendous short right off the bat. Oh my goodness, guys! Excuse me. IINN. I mean, if we're looking at the next high, looking left is 280. Yeah, Veru. Wow, what a move here for VERU. I mean, it's up here. It's just a little late for me. $13 is the pre-market high. Yeah, you're right. I didn't really take a look at the 200-day, but you're absolutely right. 269 as well as at 280. Thank you, Jesse. Where the heck is William? Is William in? I don't know if he posted. He didn't tell me the market was opening in less than a minute, so I don't, maybe William's not here today. Okay, shady. I see 462. Okay, why not? I'll stick an alert in that area. Just had some news this morning. FDA granting rare pediatric disease designation. Yeah, CANO is starting to move. A lot of volume coming in. It's a huge float though, 153. The next high looking left, to me, looks too close. 562 and all this. All right, EVFM from yesterday. A very choppy sort of a day, but starting to move here. A lot of volume coming in, 4.7 million on right here. That opening 15-minute candle. Only 12 million in the float, 12.3 million in the float. Well, look at this thing go now, EVFM. See if there's any specific news. I know this is a call it a Roe versus Wade stock, I guess. What's the high over here? So that's got a lot. 156 is the next high looking left. Boy, this Viru just keeps moving. Over 13 now, 1325 now, VERU. That's another one, isn't it? Isn't another Roe versus, oh no, it isn't. Prostate cancer. Well, my 1448 is the next high looking left. So it's still got $1 to that next high, VERU. Yeah, no shorts for me either at Interactive Brokers for that one, for VERU. USEA. I'm trying to, a little cryptic message in our, okay. So is this a IPO today? Okay, so this is a spin-off from Sea Energy. And they're trading, so this is the first day they're trading as USEA. And it is halted already. Only 500 shares have traded. Okay, this can be a real challenge, this one. AMLX, but look at this. It's approaching yesterday's high, which was 2317. Boy, this XAir, wow, what a 3-day run, 4-day run now. Well, this one's getting hammered. BZ, China stock, BZ, 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 getting hammered on basically following the market. So after that big green candle, market's putting in a nice big red candle. So let's see, NAS is down a little, Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little. So somebody was mentioning KWEB. So my guess is that KWEB is dropping. Yeah, so something's happening here with China. There's tariff talk and all that, but man, oh man, this zero, nice spot. Again, still has room. It still has $1 till the next high. So let's see. I've got a 20-minute delay on Zach scan, so another 2 minutes or so, or maybe get some bounce plays or topping plays from Zach scans. All right, we have to look at this one. SIGA is a little bit of action now. SIGA. The high 2 weeks ago for SIGA was about 13.53, so it's about 50 cents away from that. Yeah, the China stocks are getting hit here. Another one, BEKE. And speaking of China, so here's BEKE. This is just showing up on Zach's scan, BEKE. However, you've got to watch KWEB. You want to take a bounce in a China stock right now, you better be watching KWEB to see what it's doing. Another China stock, TCOM. These China stocks are just getting hit. And so I'm talking about the bouncers toppers. So TCOM and BEKE, two China stocks, but unless KWEB stops moving down, I'd be very reluctant to take a bounce in either of those two. And yet it bounced. Almost sort of mimicking the SPY a little bit. Yeah, I mean, this is still strong, not shortable for me. VERU. All right, I'm seeing some retail weakening. AEO, JWN, JWN. I see some weakening. That's Nordstrom's, of course, JWN. And of course, well, not of course, but you know, the cruisers, RCL. All right, LTCH is just showing up here in the races. LTCH, issue I have with it, again, looks like there's too much resistance around that 148 to 150 mark. I wish all this weren't here. I wish it were more of a straight shot to 238. It would be awesome. And that's with the 6,000 cases worldwide, monkeypox, SIGA. This is what I saw. And we'll reconvene on the 18th or sooner. Well, guys, I was wrong about the Cano. Cano just absolutely ran right through that 562. CANO. They actually, I read that about BYD, Mookie, and absolutely, hybrids are included. And the article I read said that, you know, they did say, you know, so it's not quite comparing apples to, sorry, it's not quite, it's maybe not a fair comparison, but the article that I read anyway, yeah, they mentioned that it is also including hybrid. All right, EO, boy, there's a lot of topping tails though on this EOSE, but anyway, it's trying to come back a bit here, guys. EOSE, and some pretty interesting news this morning. Is that what it is, Raj? Humana, okay. You do like this KZIA, don't you? Boy, another China stock getting hammered here. YSG, this is the one that had this big move, multi-day move from sub penny, sub $1, sorry, sub $1. Okay, guys, I'm totally out of everything now. The double I, double N. Looking at it later on, but you're right, Jesse, there's that 200-day moving average. It got almost right to it. 265, 269. So now, okay, guys, the EOSE, there's the high in the pre-market, and that is 175. Take that out. This could have a run. Had news. Maybe has room to the 2 mark, maybe the 220. Oh, this SYM. Wow, SYM. Look at the room it might have. $18. Is that right? 1620. Yes, $18 is the next high looking left for SYM. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that's the next high looking left. And it's probably it's a real bad spread. 1648, 1686. Too bad. Not very much volume. Super low float for a $16 stock. I mean, that spread may not matter. The high way over here is 28.48. And I'm just noticing it because of the race up here. Well, KRNT now is actually having a nice bounce after that huge move down. Well, all three of those China stocks bounced off Zach Scan and following exactly KWEB, guys. Well, let's see. I mean, if it takes out that 150, keeping an eye definitely on this EOSE. I mean, it's basing nicely here around that 160 mark, 165, 170 mark. You know, if we can find a way to get through that pre-market high. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, well, not funny, but I mean, we've got to keep an eye on this one though. Still, I think with that float with the news. I mean, 43 million shares, so it's traded the float over 5 times already. And let's see if this area holds. I'm going to stick an alert up here at that 259 mark. The issue right now, though, is that 200-day moving average at 269. So Omer from yesterday, he's had a big down day yesterday, sort of a crazy 2 days. He had a big up day the day before. That was Friday. Then here's Tuesday's action. Trying to come back a little bit. OMER. Lots of room, of course. The high yesterday was 445. Problem is, it's just, yeah, so extended. Another one moving here, IBRX, another, 15-minute candles straight up. Um, Again, too close to 5, in my opinion, IBRX. Yeah, is this, I can't remember now. Is this a Roe versus Wade stock, VERU? I sort of remember thinking that it was, even though it doesn't look like it, but based on what I'm reading, what they do. Yeah, so you got to be careful. As Zach is pointing out, the dip scan is, oh, I see 3 of them, but that's probably my filters. Take a look at KWeb. Exactly. So the dip scan, you'll probably see there were 3 of them on that showed up in mine. 2 5-minute bars up, and then the next one is down, and that's just basically tracking KWeb completely. Okay, so I mean, if you want to play China, you better be following KWeb. Oh, Zach, this is shortable. 1 million shares available for SIGA. Do we dare though with that news? What's the high over here? 1471. This is of course showing up in your topping tail scan as a potential short SIGA. All right, this one's got a little bit of room, guys. HGen. If you look at this daily chart, a lot of resistance around 250 over the VWAP. 200-day is not an issue. And this is HGen, HGEN. They're showing up on the races. What's the float like? 67 million. Announces peer-reviewed publication in thorax supporting early treatment. So it's sort of a kind of a COVID play. This is the news for HGen. Okay, now this is a Roe versus Wade, right? The Vivo? Yes. So Vivo on the move, VIVO. All-time high right now for Vivo, VIVO, all-time high. So SIGA, the dip scan, what time is it now? 10:07. So usually I do this around 10:20, but I'll give you my homepage link. Okay, when you click on my link, go to the scan section, and you'll see one of the scans is called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. To make that change, just give me a change the title. There we go now. Zach's name spelled correctly. Okay, so that's what it is. Boy, I was so wrong about Cano. I thought this would stall it around that 550 mark. CANO. Well, the EOSE is kind of putting me to sleep here. Well, there's no dump yet in the SIGA though, not yet. I mean, I know it got up to 1440 and it's pulled back, but this is pretty strong. The next high looking left is 1471. After that, that was the big high, 1480. Is that right? Yeah, 1480 was the big high. Well, according to our provider, Todd. Always at the mercy, at our data provider. If you check another site, you might get a different number. These things are updated every 2 weeks, essentially, twice a month. That is industry standard. All right, now we've got some crazy action. Crazy action in the SPY. Like very crazy action. Wonder if this can be believed. So look at these two top bottoming tails right here. That's pretty crazy action, guys. Okay, so those were the only one that kept going was BEKE, guys, from Zach's bounce scan, and it went in a big way. It was not as affected by KWeb. On the way down, it was, but K-Web is moving down, but the other two are when I say the other two, TCOM and Billy, BILI, are moving down. So BEKE is definitely kind of on its own as a bounce. So guys, again, a word about these races, okay? I think someone got a misconception about having to wait for the race to end. You don't have to wait for the race to end, okay? If you start seeing something moving, you just click on the alert, and that's how you catch them early. Okay? You don't have to wait for the actual race to end and have a winner declared, etc. Because if you start to see something moving, click on it and just see where it's coming from. It could be the start of the. You could be getting it at the start of the move. All right, guys, I took myself out of the ELSE basically flat. I'll wait maybe for a 170 break, but just don't like the way it's trading. So I'm going to stick an alert around 171. Just don't like the way it's trading. Yeah, so there's some games being played here with the SPY. So I was wondering if that topping tail was real. I mean, yeah, it was a green candle, but there's some real messy action now on the SPY. The higher the better for me. The US dollar, somebody's saying the US dollar is going higher. It's very selfish of me, but I get paid in US dollars, so our Canadian dollar falls. Yay! Boy, oh boy, did I miss the boat on this one, this canoe. I had an alert right here at 5:32. I thought 5:50 would stall it, not even close. All right, so here's another one from Zach's topping scan. Okay, potential short. Yeah, there are shorts available. Yeah, for me. Take a look left. So it looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 21. So we're not that far away. And that is, so it's at 2062 right now. And with the market, well, who knows what the market's going to do? This is really, You see choppy action like this on a 15-minute chart on the SPY. I mean, it's just really difficult, guys. Actually, Jamie, I don't have it up and running right now. At 15-minute, had to be a minimum of 2 bars actually, but it was just, I sorted on the number. Do you not have it? Did you not save it? You can have it. Consecutive candles, load or share. So you can have it. All right, guys, took that ATC short. Let's just see if it, what sort of a move it has. See if it moves with, like, I don't even know, I can't even say moving with the market because market is just kind of weird. So there was the short right here at 2059. It's anywhere close to that, I'm gone. To see if it's going to, track the market too closely. Yeah, we do have the minutes at 2, don't we? 2 p.m. FOMC at 2 p.m. But there's choppy and then there's choppy. I mean, this is choppy. All right, EVH. EVH is on the move here. And what do we see? Boy, this has got some room, guys. EVH has got some room. It's almost an all-time high. EVH, almost an all-time high. I guess the all-time high would have been this month back here, back in October of last year, 3460. I mean, this finally had the drop, but the trick was with the SIGA, where? I guess argument to be made right around here at 1414, seeing it, if that red candle. Come on, ATC, do something. Either take me out of the trade. All right, keep an eye on KAL. KAL, miscellaneous crop farming. Okay. All right, guys, I'm out of the ATC. Took a loss on that one. Not big, just I'll look at it later. Maybe on a break. Oh, well, the KAL though, take a look at KAL. Next high looking left is 321, so it's past that one. 3605. Wow, KAL's got some room, guys. You know, obviously, I don't know if this is probably a SPAC turned into KAL. Typical disaster move down. Ugh, awful spread. 330, 350. Just notice now 330, 350. Terrible spread for that KAL. All right, Omer. Well, boy, look at this action on the SMI. All right, guys. It is now 10:24, so I think I'll just quickly go over my homepage, etc. And actually, well, I do want to say that the promo code is still alive. Surprise me. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so that promo code is still alive. I want to make sure. Get trade ideas. Okay, you can click on get trade ideas. July 4th, 25 for 25% off. Make sure to capitalize the letters. And it's the only software you'll ever need. Okay, that's what it says. So I just want to get that in there. G. Hopefully they didn't get rid of it. It was alive this morning. Yes. Okay, guys. So you still have time to take advantage of 25% off. Okay, so our premium, we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, for premium and standard. So the premium is $2,000 on an annual basis, less the 25%. The standard is $1,000, less the 25%. You don't take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the product. And it's a great opportunity. All you have to do is go to a monthly plan, 118, 228. You can take the 25% off that first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But this is what I'm saying. Try us out. In 30 days, if within 30 days you decide you'd like to take out an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So it's an opportunity to try out the program. And listen, there's no problem if you want to stay on a monthly forever. But a lot of people want to take the annual because that's the biggest discount they can get. Because remember, on a monthly, the 25% is only the first month. But it's a great opportunity. Try us out. If within 30 days you think, yeah, I wouldn't mind having an annual, great. We'll upgrade you to the annual with the 25% discount. Yeah, see ATC starting to fall a little bit. Now, if you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this. The let's get started, okay? Mandatory. 30 minutes out of your life. It starts off with, there are 10 videos, starts off with the download and installation, the first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic and all of our, right clicking on virtually a chart or anything brings up a context menu. So do that, okay, before you do anything else. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it here. That's free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Of course, this week it was Tuesday. Let's see how it's doing. I mean, it's tough. The trigger was 380. It did get up to 413, but that is the trade of the week, APPH. A lot of education is here. Here's the education section. We have a great user guide. So once you've done that, the getting started, it's a software program. There is a learning curve. You should know at least what an alert window is, what a top list window is. And if you're interested in the racing, right here, okay? And this is a single stock window. I wouldn't have the multi-strategy window here. I'd probably put it somewhere else. I'd probably put price alerts up here. Putting price alerts on charts, I think is really, a great tool. But anyway, but don't get hung up on, the user guide. You might think, wow, how am I going to learn it all? You don't have to, okay? It's like looking at a Word manual. You don't have to learn everything in a Word manual. You kind of pick and choose what you might want. That's it. Daily support. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie in our YouTube room. I take a break at around noon, between 12 and 1. And so Jamie will take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. Also, Chris is there between 3:30 and 4:30 when I shut the main room down at 3:30. Daily webinars. There is a webinar today. This is the one I help out on. It's the Q&A with Dan and Brad, a couple of the co-founders of Trade Ideas. But you can sign up for all the webinars right here. Next week, it's Tuesday, Thursday. This week, obviously, usually it's Monday, but obviously the holiday was Monday. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, looking for maybe a refresher, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It starts off with what is a stock? Pretty darn basic, okay? So if you're new to trading, I recommend you do this. All free. And here are the scans that I'm sharing in my scan section. The race mode, this is the race that you see in the upper right-hand corner. You'll hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. You hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakdown. Only one today, but what a breakdown. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down, and also this gap up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. But of course, I have other scans that I am sharing. So save my link, then you can look at my scans, you can look at the education, and you can look at the get started anytime you want. You cannot share symbol lists yet at SIGA, okay? That is something they're working on, but you cannot share a symbol list, unfortunately. Was it good? Meanwhile, Revlon, look at Revlon on the move here, guys. Revlon, REV, another active day for it. All right, so I showed you, well, first of all, what is Trade Ideas? Well, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you the scans that I am sharing if you go to my homepage, but we also have a lot of scans up here. If you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Dock Channel Bar, all of these are theme-based channels. So for instance, the explosive winners. Now my race, the race that you see, just a minute, grabbed the wrong thing. The race that you see here is based on this race here. I've made some adjustments, okay, but it's basically the race that you see that I am sharing. But if you like this race as it is, you can always take this one. And how do you get something out of a layout? This is a layout, all right? All you have to do is whatever you want to get out of a layout, you just right click and you duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, okay, this showed up on another monitor, okay? So now it's free floating. Now you can right click and save or share to cloud and save it. Save it. Now it's in your cloud. Okay, now you can go to another channel, say the momentum channel, very popular. So look at XAir, okay? So there's XAir. Now, that says 1029, and I know it's 1034 right now. What happens when you load a channel, an alert window, you'll see the last alert that happened, okay? It's all real time though. So for instance, in this momentum channel, this is what it's looking for. If I right click, configure, summary, in English language, this is telling me what this scan is looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading 3 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. So if all these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. We're really good at that, being able to create what we call events and getting real-time alerts. So if you like this scan, do the same thing. Now, a word about that though, you could always modify it. Just like my scans, you can always modify. So if I right click, configure, and go again to the summary, you might look at this and go, you know what, I love the idea, but I don't like this price range. So you just left click on the icon. Interesting font here. And then you can just change it. It's probably hard to read for you guys, but I'm just changing it to 10 and 100. I click on the summary, you can see it's changed to 10 and 100. I can say okay, and now it's changed. Now you could save it to the cloud, okay? Or duplicate it first into that free floating window, and then you save it to the cloud, okay? Now, if you like it the way it is, just go ahead and duplicate it into the free floating window and then save it, or you make your change. Now, a word about making a change in a channel. If I leave this channel and I come back to it, that is not saved. Your change is not saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everyone. So the fact that you want to make a change to something, It's not necessarily what everybody else wants. So the channels are for everybody. But that's typically, though, how people, in my opinion, can be using the channels is that you go through the different channels, you start taking out scans that we've created that you might like, and then save them to the cloud. Okay. And then you can bring back all those scans one by one and create your own layout without actually having to create any scan from scratch. Okay. Now, again, I'm not trying to show you all the ins and outs of trade ideas, just giving you a basic overview. It's up to you to take a look at it, getting started, and then take a look at the guide. All of this is really explained. That's Weyerhaeuser, isn't it? W-Y? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's real or not. Don't know. Is it showing up on other charting programs? I don't have any other. I don't have an IV chart up. Wow, KAL guys is going to make a fool out of me. Yeah. So the reason, yeah, now look at it. I mean, the spread is okay. Remember, we were looking at this one earlier, and the spread was about 30 cents. And I jokingly said, the spread won't matter if it, gets close to the $6 mark. Well, but now the spread is like a penny. If that spread had been a penny back here, I would have been all over this just because of the room it had. And how I noticed it in the first place, because it was it was starting to win a race. Not shortable for me. I see it's showing up on a Zach scan. Okay, so ATC is okay. I'm going to stick an alert down here around 2065 and see if it takes that out later. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. I showed you and I'm sharing. Oh, this is crazy. Look at this KAL. Not sure I see any specific news for it. So if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. I just sideline there for a second. Sidetracked. So if I right click on an alert window and then I click on configure, instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. So all of these icons that you see here, these are all real-time alert icons. And if I scroll down, these are the filters that we have. Now, do not get hung up on how many filters and alerts that we have. When the company started in 2003, they decided that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So what they tried to do was create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, all the different types of trading styles there are out there, that they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. I only know a handful of them. That's all I use. Okay. But certainly, if you want to build your own scan, you can. All right, so these are a couple of bounce plays now from Zach. They're not China, at least they're not China, so maybe they'll bounce kind of on their own. But again, market, just don't want to see the market moving down. Well, this little one's got a little bit of room, guys. The TCRT, it's a huge float, 194 million. It's got a little bit of room. 148 is an, excuse me, the next high looking left. All right, so as oil, I guess, starts to declining, oil prices decline. Again, this one is we seem to see this every single day. Oil D from Bank of Montreal. So if you want to short oil, this is a long ETF or a short ETF you can buy. Man, yeah, look at that. Wow. So the oil is really tanking here. Well, tanking. WTI is now 96 and Brent is right at 100. Who was saying oil is going to 300? Some analyst, big one. The JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley. So I do see the AI actually had taking advantage of oil going down. This is a short ETF with a long ETF, but taking advantage, a bear. So ultra short, but it's a so let me back up. You want to take advantage of oil moving down. You want to buy something, SCO, as an example. So if you have if you have a premium service, this is what I would do. Make it super simple on yourselves. This is what you're going to see. Click on new and click on AI/Ollie strategy trades window, the trades window. This is what you'll see. And all you do is I would take this and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every day. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. And you have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Do not get hung up on, well, I mean, I have no idea what happened with the SCO, but you get the entry at 27.16 and you look and it's at 27.20 or something. I mean, it's making this up. Don't get hung up on that at all, okay? It's not designed, just to make 2 or 3 cents. And I never, ever, ever take a trade unless I check a chart. I'll never auto trade in my life. So, I don't care if it's from the AI or any of these, I'm always going to check the chart. I'm going to click on the symbol. I'm going to see what's happening, do my little look left. Now look at this looking left here on the Rev B. There is a ton of room. Look at this, the high of 3 days ago was around $2 for Rev B. And then I make up my mind if I want to take the trade or not. Actually, trading for me is a little sort of reverse psychology. I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. All right, so I have a checklist, and unless I can check everything, I don't take the trade. And that would be my advice. You have to have some kind of a trading plan. I can't tell you what your trading plan is going to be. My trading plan, for instance, will start off things like, okay, I like trading a certain price range. My price range, though, doesn't have to be yours. I like trading has to have a certain minimum volume. That doesn't have to be the same as yours. I might have to, it might have to be up a certain amount in terms of from the open or from the close. Okay. It's all personal. So a lot of my scans already cover most of that. I'm never ever going to see a stock outside of a price range that I'm comfortable trading because my scans take care of that, as an example. So you have to have some kind of a trading plan. And if you don't know what your trading plan is, that's why we have a simulator. That's why you should practice trading. All you need our standard service, and you don't even need a broker because it's using our real-time data. So if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, great. Just take our standard service and use our simulator. You got to figure out what your trading style is going to be. Just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So as I was saying before, practice in the simulator, okay? Until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade, a live account. And it's simple to do. You load Brokerage Plus. Now, again, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. So click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Brokerage Plus. This will be a window that you'll see. I mean, I've got, you have different columns that you can have. These are the columns that I'm using. And it'll say not connected. All you do is you just click on Sim. Okay. And this is something that I obviously had from last week, I guess. I was going to show you how this is how you can actually practice swing trading. But click on account. When you click on Sim, it'll say account, then click on account, and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. this video, or this link, I should say, so this link, the Brokers Plus link, has two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? And the other video is longer and goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. But again, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. So yakking away should have been taking his trade about 110 for the Rev B. I'm telling you guys, I mean, if you just, Trade Ideas can be overwhelming if you make it so. Most people get hung up because they think they're going to have all these different alert windows and lots of top list windows and all sorts of things going on. I would recommend just taking a look at the race, just to start off with. It gets you to concentrate on stocks that are moving, okay, in a very simple way. I'm not saying don't use anything else, but I mean, the race is something that is really, really allows you to focus, 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 focus. I mean, I don't mind, and Zach scans, I don't mind these. It's not like a big distraction to follow these. You're actually getting quite a few bounces right now, but typically, it's not a big distraction. But if they waved the magic wand and said, you know what, you can only have one scan, that's it. This would be it for me, the biggest gainers from the open. We just follow this all day long. It's all based on a top list, okay? And the reason, look at Stratasys, holy smokes. Look at Stratasys, just SSYS. So the top lists are fine, but you can't really tell what's moving on a top list. You just can't tell. I've sorted this on the change from the open. So I see Rev B, it's at the top here, 55%, but I can't really tell if this is moving, unless I really stare at it and see if this price keeps changing and all. I can't tell if something down here is really moving. So this is it's merging the best of a top list and the alert windows, because what happens is when you run a race, and I'm running 4-minute races, and why I pick 4 minutes, I really don't know. I sort of said, 4 sounds like a decent race interval. So every 4 minutes a race starts. And so what happens is once this race is over in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, another race will start. And so, a stock down here could start moving just like I see here. Red box is moving, okay? Now, is it moving an incredible amount? No, but some of them are moving like 10, 15%. So when you start seeing something moving, how can I tell that red box is moving? Okay, red box is sitting in the middle or below the midway, starting to move up now, but it's impossible just by staring at this to see what is really super active. The race takes care of that. In real time, it's showing you something that is moving. So again, I call it like a hybrid scan, taking an alert window and a top list window, kind of merging them and giving you those real-time alerts as it's happening. Okay? Try it. I'm not saying, and I'm using it, the biggest gainers from the open. You may have a different idea of what you want to see. Maybe stocks making, the biggest moves in 5 minutes or 2 minutes. or the change. Maybe you want the change from the close. I don't know. Experiment. I mean, look at the REVB. I mean, look at this thing go. But we started seeing this. We started seeing this here. Okay. This was not, so you don't have to wait for the race to finish and say, man, I missed it. You start looking at something that is moving and click on it and just see what's happening. No, so the question, am I taking more trades than I were from the races than with topless and alerts? Not really, but it's allowing me to focus more. I'm not a huge trader. I mean, I'm not somebody who has to be in a trade all day long. Okay, if I take 4 or 5 trades a day, that's fine. So it's just allowing me to focus more on one window. Now, in the simulator, here is how you can also practice swing trading, okay? So swing trading, if I take a trade in the simulator, I don't exit it, and this is what happened with the LYT, I guess, last week, then I can practice swing trading. Now, Jamie, who will be in our YouTube room at noon, between 12 and 1, he's a big user of Brokers Plus, and he has an E-Trade account. So if you want to have more, ask more detailed questions about using Brokers Plus, Jamie's your man, okay? So again, say more is not, I mean, I'm not looking to take more trades. I'm looking to take, corny, but the quality trades, the ones that really, really make sense to me. Well, remember guys, we saw this at 110, as it was starting to creep up. This is the Rev B. And again, to start a race, you have to have a top list. That's always your starting point. All these columns here, you can base the race on the columns. And this is what I mean. If I right click and I launch the real-time stock race, you've got all sorts of options here. If you want more race lanes than 10, then you just have to elongate this window. And then you can start to hit that little up arrow. Okay. Here's how you can define how long you want the race to run. Now, here's what I was talking about before, the based on. The based on is going to be any column header that you have. So if I right click, or if I click down, this is a drop down menu, and you can see these are all the column headers I've got. Some people say, well, how did you get the change from the open? I don't have that. Well, that's because you don't have it as a column. Okay, so you can, again, you can choose to run the race any way you want. This is the key one though, the sort on, I would sort on the delta value. That is going to get you to see the ones that are moving the most. Next, you want to replace cars. So this is what happens, you see, as a stock starts making its way up. Now, this version I'm on seems to, I mean, it's still a little bit jumbled, but it's a lot better. Okay, so what happens is as a stock starts making its way up to the leaderboard, that's what happens in the replay. Show company logos. If at the very beginning we had race cars. You don't like that, you can show the company logos. And then the other one is auto rerun. And that's what happens. I would think that that's what most people would want. Once this race is over, you want another one to start almost immediately. It takes about 10 seconds for the next race to start. And again, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to make up your mind. Okay, if you start to, you start to see something moving here, just click on the alert and just sort of see what's happening. Oh, I don't know. The question was, now that money is moving out of oil, where do I see it? Where do I see the money going? Nowhere. There's really no big safe sector right now. But, I don't look at it quite that way because I'm not into swing trading that much. I just, I like because I'm more of a day trader, it doesn't really matter where the money's going for me. Somebody might have a different, not a different idea, but an opinion. But right now, I mean, there's really no safe sector. So somebody, yeah, highly risky, but somebody's offering an opinion that maybe biotech, but I mean, biotech at the best of times, pretty risky depending on what you get. Well, look at this market now. One big yikes. So we've got the 2 o'clock FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. Meanwhile, again, you want to, excuse me, you want to buy something, taking advantage of oil moving down. Oil D, another one. Well, it used to be, I mean, let's just take a look. In fact, I'm going to go click on the dog channel bar. Now we're going to look at the sector change from the open, okay, and see if there's a massive difference. This is probably still 100%. Yep, still 100%, just like yesterday, guys. I mean, this is really telling. So this is now the change from the open meaning the very first trade of the day, okay? So what we're seeing here, just like yesterday, when we looked at XLE 10 minutes before the market opened, every single stock was down from the previous day's close. And then when we looked at this, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes into the market, every single stock, not only was it down from the previous day's close, but also down from today's open. That's exactly what's happening now. Same thing, 100% of these stocks are down from the open. Again, the open meaning the very first trade of the day. And there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing. Used to be you could maybe look at even utilities, kind of a flight to so-called safety. Defense stocks. I don't mean defense stocks as in tanks and planes, but dividend bearing stocks, things like that, even utilities just taking a thumping. So look at retail. I mean, just so everything's a mess. Yeah, but don't. I hope Zach doesn't rub it in because I can't short Viru. All right, guys. Well, the real is that yes, he's taking the summer off. He might pop in periodically, but he said came in on I think on Friday and said he's basically taking the summer off. Boy, this has got some room, guys. SRRK. Am I right? No, no, sorry, I was wrong. I thought that was 8, the next high, but that's 724 is the next high. The next high after that is 8. You know, this has been very sneaky, the H-Gen. First saw that in the race, just over 2, around 208, 209. Just has been just kind of sneakily moving up. Wow. Remember I know I mentioned this AMLX earlier, saying it would take out yesterday's high. It almost did. 2278. Yeah, 2317. So it got close. And then look what happened. AMLX. Well, what a short AMLX. If you saw this one, I just didn't see. Look at the market. Big, big red bar. Lockup day? Okay, thank you. I didn't know you mentioned that yesterday. Well, LYT guys are always an interesting one. The high yesterday was 635. Highly risky. Okay, guys, there's actually a red bar ignored forming on with REV. Red bar ignored on the 15-minute channel, 15-minute channel, 15-minute chart. The trigger would have been about 631. So again, what does that mean? Only issue I have though is a massive topping tail. So a red bar ignored is a red bar that is completely engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, moving above the high of that red bar. But the issue again could be that big topping tail. You know, the buyers had it up here and then the sellers knocked it right down. Yeah, Shady, I don't know because I've got my race set up all the time with the number of lanes that I want, and I never start the race until the market opens, so I've never really seen that as an issue. I have not had to make any changes. But I will say this is that they're still revising a lot of things in the racing, okay? A lot of things. And if you're really interested, you should attend the Q&A at 5 o'clock, or at least sign up for it. Sign up for it, okay? Because then at least you'll get the webinar, and because I almost guarantee that Dan and Brad will go over the racing in a lot more detail about what might be coming up, okay? I guess I've only got 14 lanes. I'm fine with 14 lanes, so this is my setup. I use every day. You've got it, Zach, but you may not. It mean is Zach. Sorry, Zach Dak. It's part of our standard service. I don't know if it readjusts. I have no idea, Shady. I mean, I don't think I moved it past 20 or. I know the default is 10, so I'm at 14. Well, that was a race I might have been demonstrating, okay? When I said they need to fix that, I mean, you should be able to just type in the number rather than having to elongate the window, in order to get that. The default is 10, yes, but obviously, my race setup, maybe I set it at 14, because the default is 10. So if what you're saying happens, it should go back to the default and then you have to stretch out the window. But I showed you on mine that I've got 14 lanes. Boy, this YSG, did you short it, Dak? Okay. Yeah, I guess I keep my window, of course, the same size. Oh, look at Omer, guys. Omer, 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 Omer. This is what I mean. I know I'm a broken record on this XR, but complete and utter delayed reaction from its earnings, news during the earnings, not just earnings, but it had some more news. And one other thing I can't remember, kind of did really nothing the day of. Even the second day really did nothing, but the last 3 days just absolutely exploded. Which one? I think we were talking about if you're talking about, I asked him, it was the YSG. I don't think so, Poe. I think it's just the minutes. I may be wrong. So somebody will know for sure. I don't think so. Omer, guys. Yes. Very, very patience. So again, using the races for pullback plays. You might see something. I mean, I have no idea what B Bio is going to be looking like, but there it was a pullback. I'm not so into the pullbacks because I always think that the intraday high is going to block it. That's why I really don't like pullbacks. But I mean, look, it's a valid. It definitely is a valid trading style, of course. Oh man, I don't want to see HGen. Yeah, I mean, this again, we talked about this just over two. Guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, okay, listen, do I know all the ins and outs? No. But look at Omer is way down here, okay? But Omer was showing up here, okay? So this is my top list. This is it, okay? And so Omer was moving, even though it's down here, but and that's what was happening with Omer. It was moving up and up and up and up. So even though if that can answer your question, again, I don't know all the ins and outs. Okay, Shady. All I know is that it seems to work the way I want it to work. That it'll find something that might be down here and it'll start to move up. Okay, and that's all I want. And this is the extent of my top list. Now I could make it bigger. Not 100% sure that's what I want to do, but I mean, if I just expanded it to like 100, okay? Now let's see what happens. But I don't think I have to do that. I'm trying to limit it. I don't want to get overwhelmed, but let's see what happens. No, I know, Shady, but I don't have all the answers. I really don't have all the answers. So, maybe I'm kind of like you. I'm feeling my way through this. All I know is that whatever it's giving me every single day, I'm liking. How's that? You know, I don't seem to be missing much. But if you want to attend the 5 o'clock webinar, if you've got time, you can certainly ask Dan and Brad those sort of questions. I don't have the specific answers for that. You see, I mean, so there's Omer. See how Omer was down here and now it's moving up and it's up at the top here. So, I mean, it is finding stuff that is down here and moving it up. That's all I can ask for. All right, guys, just give me a moment. I'm just checking a couple of things on my other monitor. Here's another example of Vedu. I was watching this. Vedu was way down here, and as it started to increase, it made it to it got to the top. So it does seem to pick up. No matter where it is in the list, the ones that are, and it'll pick up the ones that are moving and move it to the top, so you'll see them. Well, as I just said, it seems to be picking no matter where it is on the top list. I only want to see 14. I guess 14 showing. That's all. I could have said 10. I guess. Do I know when they're officially? There's only one right now that I'm aware of. Art P. So the question was, when are the Strat combos for scanning officially available? There's only one available right now. I know Michael is working. Well, here we go. We've got three now. Okay, doubled inside day, and then the 2 day one on strong stock, two up, I guess, one on strong stock. So there are three right now that have made it in. So if you click on these now don't ask me about these. I have no idea what they're going to give you, but there are people out there that really follow the strat. I guess it's a big group. So Michael is diligently creating a lot of them. And so if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on Market Explorer. Sure, I'll click on strong stock. Let's see what happens if there's anything. So that's what happens. Don't ask me. I have no idea what this means. Okay, but let's just click on UTHR. These are these are some from today. SJI. So position in the year range, position in the 20 range. See, I don't know what this is looking for. I think what will happen is Michael will probably have a little explanation about what each thing is looking for. Okay. But do you have our product art? Because you can do the same. It should be there. Just click on new and then Market Explorer and then right click, hover over the server window and then all the way down here. The last three. All right, guys, on the race, this is interesting. Just starting out, AXDX. It's at that high of 116. The next high looking left is, I think, 144. So there's some room. Well, that's the whole idea of it. Exactly. That's the whole idea of it. Is like any other race in the world. There's a starting line, the gun goes off, boom. Okay. Every 4 minutes that happens. So every 4 minutes, they're all equal. Who's moving the fastest then, when that gun goes off? It's really that simple. And looking at a top list, you could never tell, what is moving. You couldn't tell. So if something's moving though, down here, it should start showing up on the race, coming to the top. As Pepe says, I mean, it's based on, it should take the cream of your top list and move it up to the top. So Eric, you can have mine. I mean, how do we get the settings for these scans? Okay, are you talking about everything you're seeing here? I mean, you can go to my homepage and I'm sharing a lot of scans, including the race. Okay, go to the scan section and you'll see I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you go click on my homepage and then here's the scan section. So that's the race right there, upper right hand corner. That is the race. But I have other scans. You hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. The 10-day daily breakout down, which really only gave us one this morning. It was a doozy at the beginning. I think it's actually, yeah, it's come back, but 22.52 and it got down to 20.30, so over a $2 drop. As an example, okay? So I'm sharing a lot of scans. And if you want to see what a scan is looking for, you just right click on it, configure, and then summary. And it'll tell you exactly what the scan is looking for and what the trigger point is. All my scans are based on either a new high or a new low for the day. Exactly, Omni. I mean, a stock could be up. This is what I keep trying to say. You know, I've sorted on the change from the open. Right now, Rev B is leading, in theory on this top list, 38%. But something down here, Zine at 5.9%, all of a sudden, who knows? Maybe it starts to run for some reason. And that 5.9 turns into 6, 7, 8, 9, 10%. You'd never know. You would never know. So that's the beauty of it, it's picking things from the top list that are starting to move, as opposed to trying to stare at something and saying, well, Rev V is, 39% above the open. What do I do with it? Okay. Yeah, well, so yeah, Jamie, well, thanks. I mean, support is so important to us as a company. Do I have all the answers for everything? Of course not. But, we've got all sorts of different traders also. So for instance, Jamie might have a completely different take on the races than I do. I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. I don't think like Jamie, I don't think uses them the way I do. I think he, you know what? I shouldn't say that. When he shows up in about 20 minutes, you can ask him. Confirm it is Jamie. So guys, I'm in this AXDX and I'm just, I'm in at 115. I'm just going to see if it takes that out. a little bit from here. It's got the room on the left up to 144. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's got some room, so that's what made it attractive to me. So again, Jamie, he's been listening to me. You want to take over, Jamie, right now? So you don't use do you use the races at all? Or maybe just very select, maybe ETFs or something like that? You don't have to answer me right now, but certainly, but we're all different. I mean, we all use them in a different way. Like Michael Nas, you won't use them at all. He doesn't get it. And that's fine. Look, I'm just telling you how I'm feeling about it because it's the first time that, in having trade ideas since 2010, that I really feel that I could focus on one window and get away with it. And that to me is a real revelation. I mean, do I have other scans? Yes, I do. And the AXDX, that was from the race, and we'll see. I mean, all I can do, I mean, I don't know where it's going from here, but all I know, it's got some room when I look left. Seems to be basing not badly. So you know what? I'll just take it. Yeah. So Hulk, in terms of, we have a data provider, obviously. So the question is, how does TI estimate float, or which provider does TI use? I'm not sure who it is. I think it might be FactSet or something like that. This is a question we get a lot. My feeling is, especially on some of these low floaters, you could go to 10 different websites and get 10 different float values. Okay, so I'm not saying our guy is the be all and the end all in terms of a data provider, but that's who we use, So I look at ADN, 26 million in the float. If I go to FinViz, I might say a slightly different number. If I go to Yahoo, I might say a different number. It's really sometimes really tough on a low float situation, a low float stock, to get a number that's going to be the same for everybody. Now, are there times when we might have 26 million and it's really only 2 million, or it's 100 million? Yeah, then there's an issue. Okay, but I would say that, well, in fact, let's just do it. Let's just, for fun, I'll go to FinViz. I'll just see what they say for ADN. Where are you, FinViz? Yeah, so they've got 25.5 million. Okay, so we've got 26.4. I mean, that to me is going to be about the same, no matter where you go, as an example. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to dive into it, I mean, the shadow is saying, go into the filings, etc. But who's got the time? Unless you're, wanting to take a trade in something very specifically, maybe hold it for a while. Yeah, I guess you could do that, but I don't get too hung up on. I mean, unless it's some crazy. Sometimes, for instance, the stock does a reverse split, and the float information, as an example, is updated twice a month. So if a stock, and I'm going to say, we'll just say the 15th and 30th, okay? If a stock does a reverse split on the 16th, you won't see that until the 30th. So let's just say, you're looking at a float of a 100 million. A stock does a 1-for-10 reverse split. So in theory, the float is down to 10. That won't be reflected until the 30th. So, but I don't call that a mistake, because that's sort of that is really, we're at I think the whole industry is at the mercy of how often the float and the short float gets updated. Makes no sense. I mean, if it's a computer. No, I can't, Hulk. I mean, I think it's fact set, but I mean, I'm not gonna. I can't tell you how they calculate it. Well, they're being added daily, Art. Okay, they're literally being added daily. Michael, this is his. He's driven to add them. So it's not a matter of, well, they're all going to be, next. I mean, yesterday there was only the one. Today there's two more. Tomorrow there could be another two. Tomorrow, I think he's going to build about 80 of them. So it's going to be ongoing. The question was the strat, which is, I guess, a big group, and they've got all these strategies. And Michael Noss is creating them all. Yeah, so I can't, I don't know how they calculate it, Hulk, I really don't. I mean, if you want to send something to support a trade, ideas.com, see what they say. I have no idea how I don't think that, anybody trade ideas is going to say, well, here's how they calculated it. We're just given this data. Now, do we complain to our data provider from time to time? Of course, saying like, what are you doing on something? Hook might be an example. I don't know. So yeah, every day, Art. I mean, if I go again, I'm serious. I mean, this is Michael. He's driven to this. They're going to be an affiliate of ours, so I mean, it behooves him, to keep adding these strats, these different strats or strategies. Give me a moment. I'll even ask the question. What Michael said was, they're not difficult. They're not difficult to do. It's just time. Well, I'm just going to ask the question and see what he says. You see, if I go to FinViz as an example for a hook, they've got they've got 38 million shares outstanding. Okay, so I mean, that's, it's close. They don't, but they don't have they have no float information. So they have 38 million outstanding, no float information at all. This is what I'm saying. I mean, sometimes it's really hard. Zero float information. Yeah, so Michael is just saying it all depends on the developers, because they've got to help. Michael can do them, but I guess it depends on how complex the scan is. Yeah, so if they're simple, he could probably do 10 a day. I'm just I'm just passing on what he is saying. But a complex one might take a week to do, as an example. So, but is there one that that you want? See, I don't know these guys at all. Mainly because I think they're more into swing trading. If there was an intraday scan, of course I'd be interested in it, I guess. Okay, DW, is there a way to set audible alerts for the windows on an alert window? So you're talking about an alert window? Okay, well, a scan window. I mean, there are an alert window is a scan window. So yes, you can do that. If you so if the window has a top, so if it's a top list, no. Okay, because the top list it's a different function. It's like ranking stocks. So if I said, show me the stocks that were up the most from the change from the open, give me a list like that. That's what a top list is great for. Show me the stocks with the highest relative volume, so you can sort them in the different columns. Having an alert would drive you crazy. Okay, whereas an alert window, like a sound alert, an alert window though, it triggers on an event. Well, again, DW, if it's are you do you have our program? If it's a top list window, if it says T in the upper left-hand corner, you cannot have a sound alert. If there's an A in the top left-hand corner, you can put a sound alert. But again, I don't think you want to have a sound alert, on a top list window. To me, it makes no sense. Now, you can take a top list window and turn it into an alert window. So I could take this top list window and turn it into an alert window. In fact, I did. And here it is. Now I can put an alert, a sound alert on it, with the trigger, like say a new high or a 5-minute high, whatever your trigger is. But again, a top list, generally speaking, it just, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks with the greatest relative volume. Show me the stocks, the biggest change from the open. Show me stocks that have changed the most in the last 5 minutes. That's the idea of a top list. And so you look at it. So it's not a matter. It really shouldn't matter to have some kind of a sound alert on it. I just heard a little pop, and that means Jamie is in the room. So guys, I think Jamie is getting set to take over from me. So I'm just going to put my announcement when he does take over.
Hi, Barry. Can you hear me?
I can, Jamie. I can hear you crystal clear.
Excellent. Very good. Hello, everyone.
There.
So, Barry, I'm ready when you are. If you'd like to go ahead and
Sure. You can go ahead right now if you want.
yeah,
I'll take.
let me make sure you guys can see my screen first.
I don't see it yet.
Should see it
There.
now.
Yes, yes, yes.
All
Okay,
right.
Jamie. I'll direct everybody from the main room over to YouTube if they want to follow you for the hour. Probably show up at about 5 to 1. Do you have to take off early today?
No, no, no. 5 minutes is good. That's why I switched to Wednesdays
Okay.
so that it
Okay.
wouldn't,
Well, I'll probably show up about 5 to 1. We'll have a little chat and then you can leave at 1.
sounds good, my friend. We'll see you then.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. Hello, Iris.
Okay, guys. So Jamie is in the room. Let me just get the YouTube link here. If you want to head over and listen to Jamie. Again, Jamie is a big, much bigger. I'm going to finish this. Jamie is a much bigger user of Brokerage Plus than I am.
Don't believe him. Okay, hello, Bill. All right, so everybody can see and hear me good. Yes. Hey, Wolf, Siga, Bill, everyone.
Okay, guys. So we'll see you
All
in about
right,
an hour.
couple of quick adjustments here. All right, that should do it. Got to get my pluma here. Hello, Barrage, Jacques, Jim, and of course, Circle. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Circle. In any case, welcome to my desktop. Just keep in mind this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you do have questions, just let them let them go in the questions panel there or the chat panel. I'll do my best to answer them. But I was just listening in on Barry for about, I don't know, 20 minutes there before it was time for me to take the mic, talking about the races and how some people it resonates with some people and some people it does not. But yeah, I'm pretty much of the same theory that Barry was describing here because if I move these races, you're going to see the top list behind them that are driving the races. So if we just kind of take a peek at this one here, positive change from open, these are the races for this particular top list window, right? So we've got a grouping in the column here, change from open, obviously Rev B, smaller dollar stock, up a significant amount since the open, which is way down here. Now, if we are watching this race in the first 5 minute block, 2 minute block, and we see Rev B continually winning those 1 minute races. Well, that's a lot more eye opening than just watching this column for changes, right? It's a different way to visualize. Same data, different way to visualize the data. And that really is the whole concept behind the stock races. Okay, Siga, good question. Do you take more trades with races than you did with top list alerts? And sometimes, okay. Now, having a race is definitely going, watching as opposed to watching just the top list, it's going to bring more things to my attention in a way that was not being done before. But still, a stock race tied to a top list, another way to visualize the data, it's what I like to refer to as is another high quality information stream. Does that mean I've stopped using alert windows, stopped using other top lists? No, not at all. I've simply added this to my arsenal of tools, uh, that I use to select trades. And of course, just because a stock is winning a race, if the chart looks horrendous, well, that's going to keep me from pulling the trigger. So, you know, not the holy grail, but still a very different way to visualize data and hopefully get maybe, find out about that stock that ran 20, 30% off the open sooner than later. So Sig, hopefully that makes sense to you. All right, Barries, how easy is it to use Brokerage Plus with E-Trade if you do use it? Okay, very simple. It's very simple. Let me just flip into demo mode here, but the functionality that I'm going to be showing you is the same, or flip into simulated mode, I should say. Okay, so here's Brokerage Plus. I just flipped over to, well, it's not giving me simulated. Okay, don't know why. There we go. Okay, so who asked that question? Barige. So this is how easy it is. All right. Let's say, for example, I don't know how that got on 4. Let me change it. I'm going to go to Brokerage Plus in my Options tab. And we're going to say, okay, 100 share default. Maybe you want a stop loss, maybe you don't. We'll just leave the stop loss where it is at 5%. And we'll just say save. Okay. Oops. Give it a refresh here. So when I click on something now, you'll see my default that I input shows up right there automatically. So let's just pick something a little more, Cal, looks like okay, for example, IPO. This is my IPO top list. I click on it, it fills all the fields in for me. KAL is only 1, 2, 3, 4 days old. Had a nice run up, pulling right back to that 10 period. So I'm thinking to myself, that looks like a good buy. So all I have to do, hit buy. Once I hit buy, it's going to light up green, letting you know that's a buy. If we hit sell, it'd be pink. But this doesn't initiate the trade. As soon as I click buy, it just loads it up. When I hit send, boom, you'll see the position pop up. I've got my stop loss already loaded up from my default settings that I could access over here in options and Brokerage Plus. And now you can see the red line represents my stop loss. Now, eyeballing it, that looks like a pretty good stop loss because I'm really kind of focusing here on the 10 period. All right. This thing is doing some massive volume today, 32 on the relative scale. A lot of the times these momentum stocks, when they do take their pullback, this 10 period is going to catch it. Not all the time. But another interesting thing about this chart here is the black line that you see coming down. That is my 130 period moving average for the 15. Notice how the stock, boom, hit that 130 period and just backed right off. Now the 10's trying to catch it. So if this thing does have more upside to it, this is definitely going to be the level to pay attention to. If I wanted to adjust that stop, I could do it right here on the chart, and it would automatically adjust my stop over here. As you can see, moved it down here to 317, it adjusts. Let's say I'll move it back up to right outside of that 10 period. You're going to see the price automatically adjust in my live orders here, right there. Of course, that's only one way to use Brokerage Plus, just from a not quite a manual perspective, because a lot of that is automated. All we have to do is hit buy, send, sell, send. But keep in mind, we could always load up a strategy and do it like that as well, right? Or we could trade from the charts, right? Notice I've got my chart defaults. They're not active, but if I enable them and then I come back up here, and let's say I was perusing some of my race stocks, KAL, definitely been present today on the races. Of course, that is the IPO that we just looked at there, Rev B. Okay, a little bit late on this one, but once again, earlier in the day, I was looking at this one. I was thinking to myself, well, once again, momentum. Once again, big relative volume down here. Not quite as big as the one we just looked at, but 12 is still approaching 13 is still pretty substantial. So let's just say, okay, I think they might try to inflict a little bit more pain on Rev B. They might drive it through this 10 period before the bounce. And if it does do that, I'd like to have bought it, right? So I could easily click buy up here. Once I click buy, I can set my price that I'd like to buy at. Well, where did it go? I think it's just taking a little bit of time to get in there. It should be sticking. Of course, this might be something going on in the demo since I'm on the latest dev version. Okay, my strategies are active. Let's see here. Try that one more time. Buy. Here. Don't know why that's not appearing, but what should happen here is a line should show up there as my buy. And if it comes down there and ticks there, it's just me hanging a bid out there. But usually doing it from the charts in my live E-Trade environment, that works like a charm. But for some reason in simulation mode, it is not doing what it's supposed to. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. But all in all, Barries, it's very easy with E-Trade. All right, diplomacy. You're a premium subscriber before when AI Holly was launched. There was no races back then. Could you explain them in brief, please? Sure, sure. Of course, Barry was just kind of going in the detail there, but I'm happy to do it again. Give me 1 second here. All right, so a race is always going to be associated with a top list, okay? So for example, these two races right here, positive change from, well, okay, yeah, I forgot for a minute. I was like, I got two positive changes, but I forgot that I replaced negative change from open with positive change from open. Looking at a list of Chinese stocks is what this one's doing right here. And this is just positive change from open on the broad markets with some very scant filtering that you'll see right here. Nothing to write home about, just a min-max price and a volume requirement today of 200,000 shares. Now, what this race here is doing is it's showing me the things that are changing the most based on this column here, okay? So if we look at the race setup, we can see that the race is being based on change from open, sorted by the delta value, all right? So what it does, instead of just sitting here watching this top list looking for the minute changes here, it's showing me the ones that are moving the most right now from change from open, okay? So MLSS, taking a nice little leg up, all right? Is there any room over here? Let's do what Barry does all the time. We just look to the left. Does it have some room? It's got a tiny bit more room here from where it is currently up to 124, 125. And then we're going to be focusing on this little area that could act as supply or resistance back here. We get a good push through this level right here, this line, well, then these guys come into play. This little part comes into play, but we got a lot of chop back here to deal with as well. So that would be, you know, an area of interest right there. But just looking at the chart here, or excuse me, the top list, MLSS doesn't really stand out. Matter of fact, it's probably there we are. There we are. Okay. So nothing jumping out on the top list. Okay. But in the previous iteration here, it got our attention. Now we got BCAB in the lead. Busted right through its 10 period. Now it's testing that 20 period, but it's getting a little lift. Notice the wick that's been put in. And of course, we're looking at minute changes on change from close, but a nice, you know, correlation here, touching that 10 period, wicking up, which explains, the last little burst of movement. So when you have a top list and there is no race yet spawned from it, for example, we could start racing these IPOs here if we chose a column to use. For example, what we could do is, let's pick a small time frame here on change, which I believe by default in the top list is going to be the 2 minute. Okay. So we could say, all right, let's add that column because that's what we focus on with a race is the columns. So now I've added that column. Now, if we wanted to launch the race, simply launch the real-time stock race and set up our instructions. Okay. We want to have 10 cars. I like the smaller time frames. Okay. So we could use change in 2 minute to show us 1 minute races, or we could match the time frame. Let's just go ahead and do that. We're going to have 2 minute races. We don't want to base it on change from close. We want to base it around change from the 2 minute. And my default here is always delta value. Replace cars, show company logos. Always like my races starting on the open. So if I was going to keep this layout, I would auto start it. Of course, when I did that, it auto went. Let me just go back and check my, don't want to start just yet. Okay, da-da-da. All right, fair enough. So now this race is going to be keeping tabs on. There's going to be a limited amount of symbols in here. So let me just show you. You might be thinking, well, you said 10 cars, but I don't see 10 cars. That's because there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stocks that meet the filter criteria. So it will use all of them. So diplomacy, in other words, just a way to focus on the column or metric that we choose to run the race on. It's going to bring things to our attention in a way that the top list cannot, based on just revisualizing what's happening. It's like pulling up the rug and seeing more detail, getting more granular, one could say, with the stock races. All right, Siga, is there a way you can share your layout as a docked window? Yeah, I can do that. Give me 1 second here. We'll go through that process because I've got a lot of windows on my other monitor that you can't see. So if I just want to give you what you see right here, we'll have to do a little house cleaning, but it shouldn't take very long, and it might be a little informative as well. Give me a second here while I chug down a little vitamin water. Okay, so what we're going to do here is I will kill that IPO race. Okay, so what you're going to have here are the following windows. I will leave this top list open. And we've got some nice alert windows here created by none other than Mr. Andy Linloff that I like to watch. They're looking at the China stocks. Now, just keep in mind, these China windows are going to be tied to a specific list. So once I create this container layout and I dump the cloud link in chat, sure, Andy, hey, speak of Andy and he will show up. Interesting. Okay, so let's do this. Hold on one second. I think I might have just frozen my layout. Give me one second. All right, so I'm killing off a bunch of windows over here that I'm not going to include in this layout. So give me one second, and then we'll get cracking on that. Hey, Dustin. Yeah, Andy told me you were coming over, so let me get through what we were already talking about here, getting the layout arranged to distribute here, and then we'll talk about the Holly auto trading setup for you. Give me one second, just making sure everything looks good here. Where is that one hiding? Kill that one off. Get rid of that guy. Okay, I think that is it. So just remember, these two races right here are looking at the positive change from open broad markets. This one over here is going to be looking at a list of China stocks. And I think I'll be able to dump that list of China stocks in there. We'll hope. So what we're going to do here is now, it just dawned on me what the question was. Share these in a docked window. Okay. So I tell you what, that's going to take a little squeezing in of stuff. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to address Dustin's question here regarding setting up the auto trading of Holly. Simulated cash profit is different from the AI strategy trades profit. Isn't it doing the same thing? Okay, I got you. So you're seeing slightly different price. You're probably seeing slightly different. Let me get my brokerage plus pulled back up here. Okay. Now, let me get connected back to Sim here. Okay, I've just got one position on here. So let's talk about your issue here. Let me get the AI trades window up. Okay. So question for you, Dustin. So you're running in sim mode or live mode? Okay, you're running Holly Auto in simulated mode, and on your blotter you've got a certain amount that the trade is up or down, right? So you can see right here in the all trades blotter, I've got mine set up just to do 100 shares of each, and we can see the entry price. So your entry price on your sim entries is slightly different. Am I understanding that correct? Okay, you talking about these or the overall from the strategy trades window or the strategy window? Okay, so what field, if we're looking at all the different fields here, are you talking about total? Are you talking about a specific trade? I'm trying to figure out where you're seeing the $1 up on the moderate and $78 on the strat. Is that a single position or the total of one of these windows here? Yeah, it's just I don't have a visual on what you're seeing. Um, that's my only issue. So your positions say it's up $5 today on the total, and the AI with the same trades are up 91 because I'm looking at aggressive. Okay, you know, keep in mind these are all going to be different, right? But none of these are only up 5 as far as conservative profit, moderate profit. Uh, so if I had been automating Holly, I should see very close results, right? Now, the question is, were all 3 of these positions executed in sim mode? And if so, are they still open or have they been closed out? Because that would depend on which risk mode you're using. So if you did these through automation, right, and we come over here to the Holly AI tab, obviously all mine are deactivated, but obviously you probably went through and enabled them or it wouldn't have done anything. But when you right click and you go in to set up your long trading instructions, right? Of course, we have to select an account. Um, which risk mode? Were you running in conservative or moderate, right? And depending on your stop loss, if you had a very tight stop loss in there so that, your version stopped out maybe before or maybe even after the, you know, let's say you said, okay, I want to risk a point per, that might be the difference there, right? Okay. So moderate. Okay, excuse me. Risk mode is risk mode. So I was looking at position sizing. That's not going to have any impact on it. So as long as you're checked moderate, then all that's going to happen is, and yeah, I got confused there for a minute, thinking, yeah, this is my strategy. This is the AI, where you can only select moderate or conservative, and the position sizing shouldn't really have a big impact unless you really took it way down or way up. So Dustin, here's the deal. I really kind of need to see what you're looking at, um, because everything should be pretty similar. Typically, the only time we see a difference is in the risk modes, but everything's laid out here for you. If you're running in conservative, if you're doing 100 shares like I am, you should be pretty close to this, right? And moderate, you should be pretty close to this, assuming you got all the fills, right? And then if you're just letting everything run with no stops, the only way you could do that is if you canceled all the stops as the trades were put on. Um, if I could see all of your columns, then I could probably get right to the point. So here's what you might want to do, and I'd be happy to take a look in detail if you want to send some screenshots over to info@trade-ideas.com and to say, hey, I was talking to Jamie in the live support session, and they will forward that over to me, assign it to me, and then I could take a look at your columns, and then I could probably be a lot more helpful. But without being able to see what you're seeing right now, I'm just kind of, you know, stabbing in the dark here. So let me know if that makes sense, and I'd be happy to take a look if you could send over some screenshots of your, what you'd want to do is give me a screenshot of your blotter, right, with all the positions on, and then I could compare it to what Holly is showing. And I'm assuming on your all positions or all trades blotter, you're seeing the same data as I am, but it'd be helpful if you could give me a snapshot of your strategy trades with your open blotter there, so that I could compare them and go, okay, I think I know the problem. I mean, I wish I could dive in there and go, hey, well, this is the issue right here, but without eyes on, it makes it kind of hard. Yeah, no problem. Like I said, I wish I could, I wish I could fix it for you right now, but I just need to, I just need to have eyes on. So, okay, now about getting this guy into a container. It's been a while since I've done this, so let's see. New container, docked window. Absolutely, Dustin. And the comment was, glad I'm talking to you before I use real money. Absolutely. Okay. Never ever do any type of automation with the real money first. Make sure it's actually working like you think it's going to. And then, if you're in a commission-free environment, you can start really small in a live environment. That way you're getting real world executions in a live market, but you're not putting a whole lot of money on the line. You might make or lose a few dollars. Um, but you always want to tread very cautiously, be very patient before ever putting any real money on the line, especially in an automated environment. Okay. Now let me see. Let's see here. That's going to keep opening up a different one every time. So we'll just have to duplicate these guys. Duplicate into support sesh. Okay, let's get the daily in there. Let's get the 5 in there. Give me 1 sec here. Get that guy going. Now, that's not working like I thought it would. Hold on. Getting all the windows in here first, and then we'll do some rearranging. This is going to be one packed container. And let me do something else real quick here. Okay, let's see. Positive change from open for China. Get the charts lined up here. 15 minutes. Okay, I've got all the windows in here, but I can't see them. I did not want to pull that one out there. Okay, at least I can see them now. Let's see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit all these guys in here in this capacity that you see right here because the spacing, that's going to take a little bit of time to get down there. So I don't want to waste all the time we have left doing that. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to save this as a regular layout file. And then you guys, if you want to force them into a container, it's going to take a little bit of time to get everything sized accordingly. And it certainly isn't going to be like this. Notice a lot of my borders aren't, everything has to be in nice little squares for a docked window. So here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to thin this out and I'll just drop the regular layout file in there. And you'll have this nice little tight area, and then you can load it up, put it in a container, but it's going to take some time to get everything sized properly in that container. Okay, so actually I'll just do a web link, a cloud link. We'll just call it J1, entire layout. Now, if you don't want it wiping out your entire layout, I could uncheck this box. That way it'll just open all these windows on top of what you got, won't clear your layout. All right, so let's do it like that. That way you can pick and choose the ones you want to keep or start throwing them into a container. I'm getting a little internet hiccup here, it looks like. Hopefully I haven't lost connectivity with you guys. Well, let's see what's going on here. All right, let me look at my router. I don't see any red lights, but sometimes when this happens, it is a snag with my VPN.
Hey, Jamie, have we lost you?
All right, well, let's see if that was the issue there.
Okay, Jamie, I just hopped in case you were gone.
Hmm. Okay, well,
Jamie can't hear me.
can you guys still hear me? Not getting any ping over here either. Okay, well, great timing this is. Okay, so you guys can still hear me.
Tell Jamie I'm trying to take over from him if he can't keep going.
All right, Andy, hold on, or whoever that is. Okay, who's requesting the unmute?
Uh,
Barry.
so,
Okay,
Jamie,
Barry, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you as well.
Okay, so I just, I see you're having a problem. I see the yellow lines. I
Yeah.
don't have that. Oh, this went green now.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think I'm having internet issues here. I don't know. Looks like it's cleared up now.
Okay, okay. I was just going to step in case you wanted to just leave. So I'll let you keep going, assuming you have no more problems.
Well, no, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Hopefully it's better now.
Yeah. Okay. I'll mute myself now.
Okay, thanks. Okay, all right. Well, let's try that one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Save or share to cloud. We're not going to clear the previous layout. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Well, get fiber optics, they said. It's the greatest thing. Well, not when it does this. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know why the internet gremlins are at me today.
You know what, Jamie? If you can still hear me, I can take over for you in about 1 minute if you want. I know it's frustrating.
Yeah, no worries. I can hear you, Barry. And if this keeps happening, I guess I'm just bad luck today.
Okay. All right. I just have one thing to do for about a minute, so I'll pop in. Just I see it's turning yellow
Yeah,
again.
and it's doing it again. It won't even let me generate a cloud link for some weird reason. So
Yeah.
apologies, everybody.
Just give me a minute though, okay? In
Okay,
case I do have to take over.
no problem. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Never happened before. This is the first time I'm having issues. Just making sure I'm on the right server, which of course I am. But this is really weird, especially if every time I try to save a cloud link, it turns yellow. Even weirder. Try this one more time. Okay, well, uh, no good deed goes unpunished here. Trying to share a layout, but it won't let me. So this makes me think this is a brand new development build that I'm on. I'm always testing the latest and greatest. This one just came out today, so that might be an issue with this build because it only does that when I try to save a layout to the cloud. Save and share. I don't like it. So looks like I just might have found what we call a bug.
Hey, Jamie, let me see
Yeah.
if it happens to me. So,
Yeah,
are
try it.
you just talking like a docked window, like a docked window? You're trying to save that, or are you trying to
No,
save
no,
your
no. I'm
entire
just trying to
layout?
save the layout that you see here, right? File,
Okay.
save layout,
Well,
entire layout. I mean, it doesn't
all
really
right.
matter if you say, clear
To the
previous
cloud.
layout,
Okay.
but just,
Let me just see if it happens on my end. Okay.
okay.
What's the date today? July the 6th. Like to give it a date. July 6th, 2022. Okay. Let's see if same thing. I'm sorry, my friend. It's you.
Very
It's
weird.
okay in my end.
Very weird. Um,
Yeah.
okay, well, I've got something else to figure out here now. Great.
Yeah.
Okay, so it appears that I can't share the layout, right? Everything else seems to be, functioning as it should. Charts are snapping fast. Everything's working. It's just that one function is shutting me down.
So do you want to keep going or
Yeah, I mean, I can keep going. I just can't share a layout.
okay. Okay, I'll
So
let you keep
sorry,
going.
guys. Can't share the layout, but yeah, sorry, Siga. I wonder if I could even share any specific windows here. Okay, look, if there are any particular windows, Siga, that you want, looks like I'm able to share those. But whenever I try to save the layout to the cloud, it does not like it. So if there's any particular windows that you want, just let me know. I'd be happy to share those because apparently I'm allowed to do that. I'm just not allowed to save a whole layout to the cloud right now, which is really odd, but that happens sometimes in the world of software. What's up there, David? All right. So if you guys have any additional questions, just throw them out there. Got another 10 minutes or so to man the helm. Notice, when I first took the mic here, was betting on the bounce on the KAL around the 10 period, and that's exactly what we had go on there. Okay, Dustin, thanks a bunch. I'll take a look at them after the session is done here. Got a few things to do, but then I'll take a look at what you got there, and we'll try to help you out there. Just telling them what to do with your ticket when it comes through, Dustin. Yeah, Siga, that is this one right here that you're referring to. It's an alert window, right? And it's just basically keying on the 50 and the 200-day proximity to those moving averages, right? So we've got the alert set up here, 200 cross above, cross below, and the same applies to the 50. and some minimal filtering there, right? So, pretty basic minimum price of 5, have to make or lose money. More than likely that's in there to keep the ETFs out because they don't report earnings, and a little average daily volume there. So just anytime a stock meeting this filter criteria, and this is only looking at the China stocks, okay? Now, I'm not sure if I can drop that Chinese list in there, or if you just want the shell and then you can, just watch the broad markets, let me know. All right, Dustin, if I turn on all Holly AI trades, do I need to have a minimum 25K in my account being used because of the amount of trades? Yes, because if you plan on closing the trades out according to what the AI does, which is on an intraday basis, more than likely, yeah, you're going to exceed that trade threshold that the SEC imposes on you if you have less than 25K in your account. With a margin account, don't quote me exactly on this, but I think it's like 3 trades a week, right? So, the AI will pump out many trades in a day and close them out. So if you are wanting to automate the AI on a daily basis, you'll have to meet that 25K threshold. Of course, that's the minimum. You can't fall below 25K. So you'd want to have, 25K plus whatever your appropriate buffer would be so you wouldn't fall below it. No problem. And I'll just reiterate this, and I'm sure Barry will agree. If you're going to automate the AI, start very, very small. Okay. That way you can see how things react in a real market scenario. And more times than not, you're always going to have some slippage, right? So looking at, only a handful of trades today, 3 to be specific, entry price 27.16 on a long. And we can see right here where the AI made its call right here. Okay. But there's always slippage, right? Things are in motion, tend to stay in motion. So the AI gets a signal, boom, your guy, your client, your brokerage plus sends that buy signal out, whether you're doing market or limit, whatever. Assuming you get filled, more than likely, there's a possibility you might get 27.16. Happens all the time, but more times than not, you might get filled at 27.18, 27.20. It all is going to depend on how quickly the stock is moving and what the spread is at the time. So, that's one thing you have to take into consideration when you're auto trading the AI is slippage. And, a few pennies here and a few pennies there, especially if you're running market orders. Sometimes slippage can be a dime or more. It just depends on the stock that's being traded. Now I can get a quick, little snapshot here. When I first pulled up SCO, I can see there was only a penny spread. The bid was 27.86. The offer was 27.87. If I was looking at Brokerage Plus and pulled this up, it would show me the live bid and offer. So you can always get a feel that way. Um, another thing to think about is shorts. For example, if you set your AI longs up to run market orders, you're going to get filled on every long position. Easy. Now you might take significant slippage. But when we're talking about short trades, even if you're running market orders, you might not get filled because it might be on the hard to borrow list, in which case your order would just be rejected. So these are all things to contemplate. And that's why we always say start really, really small, especially if you're in a zero commission environment like E-Trade, because, you know, the AI always gets its fill. Okay. It's always going to be in all of its shorts, right? But what if it's a big down day? all the longs get stopped out and the shorts were the big winners, and then you didn't get filled from the hard to borrow issue on two of the biggest winners, then your outcome is going to be drastically different than what the AI is showing. Okay. And see, these are things that we can't fold into a back test, from a statistical viewpoint. I have run a ton of automation, Siga, but that, in a trending market, you get a lot more luck with the automation. And, automation is just like any other tool. It's when do you use it, right? It's kind of like if I'm a carpenter with a tool belt and I need to use the screwdriver, but I just pull out the big hammer and start whacking on it, I'm probably going to break things, right? You know, use a hammer instead of a screwdriver, probably not a good match. And especially in the market that we've been in as of late, haven't been doing hardly any automation, right? Because it's a very it's kind of a sharpshooter stock, individual stock pickers market right now. Whether you're looking at a statistic model or purely technical, you have to be very, very choosy and very selective. And it's not a, just say it's not the most conducive environment for automation as a whole. Is there a way to set AI to buy mid-price and market bid or ask? There's no way to tell the AI to do that, um, but you could mimic that manually. But there's no way to tell the AI to alter its entry instructions. Yeah, the only time the AI trades live is if you do it, if you instruct it to trade live, because what you're seeing right here is not live. The strategy trades plotter, as soon as the strategy signals, right? And if I pull up a strategy, AI strategy window here, will help me illustrate it better. Okay, so the AI only showed up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strategies today. And you know what? This reinforces what I just said about automation, because before we took our little, before the market topped out and started going down, we were still trending up overall. There'd be 3, 4 times as many strategies in what you see right here, because the AI could just identify a lot more alpha in its statistical analysis. Now that we're in this choppy downward sloping market or downward trending market, it only came to the party with 5 strategies, because after all of the strategies got analyzed last night, it's just not seeing that much opportunity. And even though we had 5 strategies come into play today, only 3 have issued trades, and they've only done 1 each, right? Um, right. The only way the AI is trading live is if me, you, or somebody else that has access to it is telling it to. What you see right here is all just simulation. When the trade gets issued, it puts it on, marks its entry price, and then starts tracking it. Now, some people out there are running the AI consistently on a automated basis. Who are they? Don't know. Right,
All
but just
right.
keep in mind everything that you see right here is what we're showing you here. It's just meant to emulate a trader's desktop, right? And simulate a live blotter. But what you're seeing right here is just for, showing you that. Barry, you agree?
Yeah, so I think, let's put a stamp on this. It's not like Trade Ideas has an account with $25,000 or something and is trading the AI, if that's what you mean.
Correct. Yeah.
I'm answering Sega, okay?
hmm This is correct. Well, is it time, Barry?
It is
Is it
time.
more
It is
still?
time. I actually have somebody wants a question answered in the other room, so I think I'll take over both if that's okay.
Yep. Thank you very much. And sorry for the technical difficulties today, ladies and gents. Hopefully I'll get that remedied. And Barry, we'll holler at you later. I'll just let you grab the screen before I exit.
Oops, wrong one.
Look at that handsome
Yeah,
gentleman.
look at that guy. Okay, I think I'm up and running, and get the other room going. Okay, guys, I think both rooms you guys can hear me.
All right.
Get my
We'll see you later.
music going.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Jamie. Bye-bye. Okay, so yeah, Omer, guys, turned into a really, really nice one. I mean, it was a patience trade. I'm hoping that the AXDX kind of does the same thing. You know, it's right where I bought it, but we'll see. You know, we'll just see. It's not doing really much. So I want to answer Fab. Fab, can you hear me and can you see what I'm going to do? Okay. So first of all, if I right click on, I'm assuming you have a race up and running. Okay. So can you answer me yes that you do have a race up and running? Any sort of a race? If it's no, that's okay, but I just need to know because, okay. So if you right click and show race setup, do you have an option that says show company logs, logos? Do you have that option that says show company logos? No. Okay. You have to get a later version then of Trade Ideas. So I would direct you to our homepage. Let me give you the link. My link. Because that's one thing. And I'll answer the other question also. So if you go to my homepage, look at my homepage link, and then scroll to the top where it says download. Click on the download. And I would bypass the, I don't know what version you've got. If you've got 0.69, well, that's one reason. But go to the beta, and that for sure has that, okay? So that's number one. You can do that after if you want, but just remember, you'll have to have a later version of Trade Ideas in order to get rid of the cards. Number one. Number two, when you start a race, if you want more than 10 lanes, you basically, let me just show you. And notice I've got 14 here. Okay. Now, the default, so when you launch the race, and then you just have to stretch this out. You have to stretch this window out. Now again, it's Mickey Mouse, okay? You have to stretch the window out, and then you can, with this up arrow, you can, get more lanes in if you want. In this setup, I seem to be able to get 25 as an example. Nobody needs 25. I mean, it depends. I mean, if your whole monitor is, I've settled on 14. I could probably do 10, remembering because anything down here is going to pop up to the top. I probably only care about the top 10 anyway. Yeah, okay. That's probably the reason. Though as Shady says, but it hasn't happened to me because I've had these 14 lanes, I think for several days now. But he says that, when you exit, but I exit every night and I load it every morning. All right. A wee move for the XDX. So just a little bit of a move here. And why don't I take it? Because when I look left, I see 144. So I'm in at 115 and I see 144 as the next high looking left. I mean, if it gets, into the high 20s, low 30s, on a percentage basis, I'd be happy. So that's why I took that trade. Omer, though, man, that showed up in the race a long time ago. And why would I take the trade? Is exactly the same thing. Look left, look left, look left. I know it's tedious probably when you hear me say that, but it's just a matter of where's the next high, looking left. And if you can't see anything on a daily chart, then you go to a weekly chart. And if you can't see anything on a weekly chart, then go to a monthly chart. So when I say if you can't see anything, what does that even mean? So when you look at the daily chart for Omer, imagine this is the current price, but imagine if all of this weren't there, it was underneath. Okay. So when I would look left, I wouldn't necessarily know. I wouldn't know where the next high is because remember, all of this would be underneath. Now, could I do something like this and, kind of scroll? Yeah, but why do that? Why do that if I have a weekly chart? And so the next step, I just look at a weekly chart to check. Again, what if everything on that weekly chart was underneath the current price? So when I look left, I don't see anything. When I say don't see anything, I don't see a next high. Then I go to the monthly chart. Okay, so that's the sequence. If I first check the daily. If I see something immediately, great, that's all I need. If I don't, I go to the weekly. And usually in the weekly, I'll see something, but sometimes I won't. And then I go to the monthly. What was really nice, guys? Mentioned this one earlier. This was an all-time high. Vivo. Look at this. I know I mentioned this at probably 32. Well, right there, 32.21. And it just and why? Because it showed up in my 10-day daily breakout. And so that's about $1 move from there. I mean, not bad, but pretty straight up. And it's an all-time high. And so, I was watching or following the conversation you were having with Jamie. Yeah, I'm a firm non-believer. I don't believe in auto trading at all. I understand that's just me, but I'll never, ever, ever auto trade. I always want to, when I get an alert, I always want to have a quick look, see what's happening, and then I don't get hung up on, man, it moved for 4 or 5 cents. I mean, if I see enough room, it doesn't matter. So I always like to size up the chart, maybe what's happening in the market. I can do it pretty quickly. Well, in theory, Poe, it'll take as long as you're using replace cars like this. See, this is not using replace cars. Notice here that XAR is winning a race right here, but it's not moving to the top. The way I understand it is that if the 20th symbol on the list, if it was winning the race, it would start moving up. Okay. And so if you had 10 lanes, it would start moving up and you would start to see it. That's why I'm wondering, do I even need 14 lanes? Top 10 out of 20, yes. And as long as you use I don't want to do it here, but as long as you use this pick replace cars. Okay. As long as you use the replace cars, then that's what should happen. Because I've definitely seen stocks that are way down here that have moved up. Boy, Vivo, guys, is just on this mission. Look at this. What a break on the daily chart. All-time high now. Let's see if there's news for Omer. This is a nice move, other than the fact that it's just, people bottom fishing this. But remember, I mean, 2 days ago, it did get up to $5. And yesterday, it had the drop. I'm not sure, it might have been market related. I don't really know. It had this drop yesterday. Ah, excellent, Fab. Okay, good stuff. Exactly, Pepe. Yeah, you probably know more about it than I do, but that's what I've always thought. And in this development version that I'm on, one of the things they were trying, if you remember, and about 2 o'clock, this got almost unrecognizable. But they appear that this has been fixed. I mean, there's a little, I mean, you obviously have to put up with a little bit of shuffling, so you might, something's going to go over another symbol. But it was really, really messy before. It appears that we're okay now. And again, this is in the development version that I'm on. So what I'd be looking for now is some new stock coming out of nowhere. And also keep track of the ones that have been winning all day. So, I mean, the Rev V had a huge pullback. So what does it do now? Does it have another run? So for me, I mean, if it took out 120, I know I'm giving up about 15 cents, but if it took out 120, which is the high of one of these candles right there, the 1225 candle, I mean, remember, it got up to 160. So that'd be a 40-cent move if it could get anywhere close. So really, Pepe, there's an argument to be made that just have 10 lanes, really. You probably don't need, I mean, I suppose you can, I can catch something that is, in the 14th lane, maybe starting to move, I guess. But you really don't need so many lanes because the ones that are moving will move into contention. So even something, I've got 100 symbols in this list, in this top list. So even this one way down here, or mankind way down here, if all of a sudden MNKD started to move, it went from 416 to 420 to 430 to 440, that what you would start to see this, coming up. Well, I see PINC is actually on this race right here, PINC. But look at that. Yeah, I mean, it's in a minute, 27.23, 27.23. So yeah, and then it pulled back, you see. So PINC was here. So I mean, you can have your top list. I mean, you can put 250 symbols, I suppose. I've got 100, and there's nothing really. Whoops, there's really There's really nothing special about this. The only thing is it's 2% from the close. The only reason I do that is I do want to see stocks that are positive for the day. That's all. And then the change from that open. That's all. And then 200,000 shares between $1 and $50. So I mean that's really it. I mean, there's nothing more to it. But understand, I'm not really looking at this list at all. I'm letting the race look at the list for me. And that, yeah, I see PINC showed up in Zach's topping tail scan. 37.20, so it's kind of there right now. It did pop all the way up to 37.50. This is shortable. Well, lots of shorts available. 7 million interactive brokers. But isn't that what the replace cars does? I mean, it replaces stocks in the top 14 with the ones that are moving up. But I agree. I think I think really there just should be one option. I mean, most people I think would rather just say, you know what? Here's my top list. You know, show me the top 10 as it happens. You know, something like that. And William, I wanted you earlier to do a back of the envelope for the AMTI. The MTI got absolutely clobbered today on negative, negative, I think it was phase 2 data. Yeah, phase 2 data. And it is, you know, it has come back from the low of 180 up to 240. And is it, you know, is it worth it to, I mean, if it takes out 250, it's got a ton of room. And it's starting, you know, it's trying to move somewhat. Oh, I understand you had no power. No, I get it. So now you can, now that you've got power, maybe you can do your thing on AMTI. All right, guys, I am just biding my time here. I'm in one trade and that's it. You know, the AXDX, I thought it was going to start to run, but I'm not going to take it out at a boredom. I'm basically flat on the trade at 115 on a long, but $331. Okay, thank you. That's sort of where the resistance would be for AMTI, right up here. Zach, did you take that bounce finally? AMLX. That was a heck of a bounce. Would have been, it's not easy. That one was not have been easy, but it was about 1861 was the alert, and it got all the way up to 2098. Vivo just made another new high. VIVO just made another new high. Yeah, this is shortable, so boy, oh boy, what a move though. Shortable. When I say that, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Not sure I understand shady. I mean, how can it look at symbols outside the top 100? Now, again, because I say give me 100 or max, that's the max, right? But these filters have to be met. So the stock has to be up in this case, 200,000 between 1 and 50. I haven't counted how many there are, but the max could only be 100. But I might only have 50. Well, each race starts in, about 10 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds. I know they're trying to actually get it down a little. Well, it won't be immediate, but anyway, yeah, these are all questions. If you go to the go to the webinar. These are things I just don't know, but go to the webinar, ask the questions. If you can spend the time, if you've got time at 5 o'clock, you can ask the questions right there. They'll answer you. Brad knows this inside and out. I'm blissfully unaware of all this stuff. All I know is it's giving me, the sort of results that I want. Now, could it be giving me better results? I suppose it's possible. Well, in this list right here, I've got it set to my time frame, set record count 100. So there can't be any more than 100 in here. And then, of course, it's using this symbol list here. Yeah, the top list is really, I mean, no, this is nothing really to do with the race, I guess. But it used to, yes, only update every 30 seconds. But if you stare at this long enough, you're going to see some, like right there, something change. When something happens, it's almost immediate now. Okay, 1 or 2 seconds. They are going to make that a premium service. For those who want to have a top list that updates every 2 or 3 seconds instead of waiting 30 seconds. But again, the whole idea of a top list is way different from an alert window. But you can see right off, you can see here. I don't know if on yours it's doing the same thing. At least they were going to make it part of the premium service. No, no, no. But I mean, in theory, in theory, your top list could have 1,000 stocks in it. In theory, but remember, you know, if you only had one top list with 1,000 and that was it, it's possible that'd be okay. Because remember, this is going through an update now instead of every 30 seconds. It's going through an update constantly, so it can slow your system down. That's all. So I put 100. I set it to 100. That's all. I think that's probably plenty. But definitely 1,000 would be the maximum number in a top list. Well, maybe you better help me here then, because why would that be? If I launch a race based on this top list that has 100 symbols in it, and I launch it from here, and I keep that, 10 lanes, fine, but sort on the chain of that delta. So the ones that are really moving should move up. I mean, it's based on this top list. When I say launch, and then do this, and then, here is configure. And so here is there's the top list. There are the values. Now that's interesting. Let me just do something here. Well, again, listen, I don't have all the answers on this. I just know that it's giving me what I'm looking for. I really recommend. I mean, you can spend, if you can, find the time at 5 o'clock, ask Brad. I can't ask him right now because he's busy. But you see, this is the thing. I mean, I'm looking down here. There's SYTA right there, okay? And it's way down here, and it's leading the pack. And how many symbols? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I mean, it's way down here. Okay? And yet there it is right at the top. I don't want to. I don't want to, Pepe. Come on, guys. Can't I just. I mean, why did SYTA show up? When it's way down here, and it's. Double I double N. What a disappointment. Now listen, guys, this RFRX is starting to move a little bit. Now the high in the pre-market was around 177. It's showing up in the race because it's doing this. The high for the day is 170, and then the pre-market stuff is about 178. No, no, no. I understand, Pepe. No, I completely understand. That's why I'd say, I know you can go to the webinar, can't you? At 5 o'clock Eastern. Okay, I expect you to answer or ask those questions on behalf of Shady and yourself. Now, hopefully Brad will be there. Hopefully, if it's Dan, if it's only Dan, we might be out of luck. Yeah, he won't know, but Brad will know. He might surprise us. Maybe Dan will know. Get rid of the announcement. Okay, I know Zach has been talking about VRCA for a bit. Look at the room this has got, I think. Yeah, man, oh man, look at the room this VRCA has got. Wow, I mean, the next high looking left was 276. So now we look up here is 625. So this has got a ton of room. There may be some, Jamie. Question from our YouTube room. Anybody using the web-based version of Trade Ideas? Well, the VRCA, I mean, look at the room it's got. I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 3. See if it takes that out. What's the float? 15.5 million in the float. Got hammered on this day. I don't remember exactly what happened. And it, just for days and days and days did nothing. But, it's had a little run for the last 3 days. But look at the void here. Okay, so it's just underneath 3 now. I hate that it's right at that whole number. But okay, guys, this is getting super interesting to see how long it can hold over $3. Not getting any answer, Jamie, regarding people using the web-based version. I'm really just keeping an eye on this VRCA, see if it can hold 3 well and then start to move off it. Be great if there was some volume, just because of that void. Should be watched tomorrow. So, yeah, Peter, as long as you use the replace cars as an option, you make sure you replace, you have to use that replace cars. Hmm. So make sure you use this option, like replace cars, okay? Have to check that. Keep an eye on the VRCA, guys. I mean, that VRCA, it's got such a huge void that, the longer it holds, just underneath 3, if it get just a little bit over 3, put maybe 303, 304, put a little bit of a base, and then start to run. Well, this could have a nice run in it. I sort of want to keep this, I sort of want to stare at this just in case it does, I can put a price alert, another one, but this might just pop right through. So I'll put a price alert now at 304, which was the high, or 303 or so. That was the high, and see if it just absolutely pops through that and just keeps running. Well, this is definitely taxing me here. I know one of my mantras is I don't get out of a trade because of boredom. But boy, this is really taking its time. AXDX, this is basically where I bought it, 115. So yeah, guys, I'm just really wanting to concentrate on that. In fact, what I do is just put a thumbnail of that just so I don't lose sight of it. All right, Mookie. Yeah, sorry. Have a great, what are we now, Wednesday? I haven't had a vacation since 2019 around July. All right, guys. Again, just keep an eye on the VRCA. All right. Let's see if this has any sort of move in it now. VRCA. Yeah, doesn't look like it's going to hold three. Put my alert right back up here, see if it gets back up there. Come on, move, move, move. It's just either take me out of the trade or move. Talking about the VRCA. All right, guys, it's 1:46. So today is Wednesday. So I will be in that no marketing meeting today, but in the Q&A at I just try to help out. I'm not on the mic. Try to answer some posts if I can. And that is at 5 o'clock Eastern. So it's my long day. Okay, as I'm kind of waiting on this VRCA to see if it's going to move at all, I'll just go over my home page one last time. So that discount is still available. 25% discount is still available. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So again, that 25% discount is still available. Well, I thought I was pretty sure last night it was going to expire, but 99% certainty that tonight it'll be over. Okay, so at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, this should expire. I'll try it again tomorrow to see if it's still in there. But anyway, you can get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. This is what I would do. If you are unsure, start off with a monthly. Okay, standard is 84, premium is 167 a month. I'm sorry, that is not correct. I better go to my monthly. Dan will kill me. Standard is 118 and premium is 228. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, and there's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to have an annual. But if you do take out a monthly and then within 30 days you say, you know what, I'd love an annual, we'll honor the 25% promo. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this. The let's get started. 30 minutes out of your life, probably save you a lot of grief. Okay, there are 10 videos. Starts off with the how to download the software and the installation, the first startup and login, etc. Okay. I do a stock of the day video. Whew, they're asking me to do it in 30 seconds now. It's going to be a tough one. Anyway, I do a stock of the video at noon Eastern. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And my scans are here, all the scans that I'm sharing. Here's the race that I follow all day long. Zach's bouncers and toppers. You'll hear me speak about that one. You'll hear me speak about the 10-day daily breakdown. Only one alert today. See, I don't mind. Some of these scans, they only give me so few alerts. So I'm not really distracted from the racing. You know, I mean, there it is. There's one alert on the 10-day daily breakdown. And this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down and the gap up and down. These four I use in the pre-market. And all the education is here. We've got a great guide, daily support session. So, excuse me, Chris will be there 3:30 to 4:30. He's there Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30. Before I close down the main room, I'll put the link in if you want to head over there and listen to Chris for another hour. And the daily webinars, so you can sign up for them all here. We're on this week. It was Wednesday. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. The following week it's Monday, Wednesday. So it's on that rotation. So if you want to attend today's, just fill this out. And Michael Nasa Trader Day has put this together. If you're new trading, great little series for you. Starts off with what is a stock? So if you save my link that I put in there, then you can look at all this whenever you want. Obviously, you can look at my scans whenever you want and the education and save that. Let's get started. All right, I'm only going to give this VRCA just a little bit longer because just some little mini topping tails here in the 15-minute chart, little mini ones. It's like struggling to get through this 3 with any authority. You know, so there we are, 296. All right, FOMC, I almost forgot. This won't have any effect on this, but yeah, FOMC. I'll put the 2-minute SPY chart up, see what happens. Usually it's entertainment. FWB from Rory. Not a scan, FWB scan. FWBI, okay. And I thought it might have been an acronym for something that I'm just not aware of. FWBI, oh, okay, so that's a real cheap one. Okay. So remember this one, First Wave Biopharma. Okay, guys. So any questions before the FOMC? Just the minutes, so there's no discussion at 2:30. Is this the official one for the month? Because usually they're around the middle of the month, 15th or the 20th. It seems a little bit early. Okay. So the 27th. Okay, that's actually kind of late. Usually run the 18, 19. Look at BTAI, guys. BTAI on the move. What a few days it's had, from $8 to 15, almost a double in a couple of weeks for BTAI. Sort of remember this one. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute for a bit here. I'll definitely get on at 2. All right, guys, I'm back. Out of it. Don't like it. BRCA. So if it does somehow take over 3 again, but it's going to have to get up to about the 308, 310 mark. So I took a little loss on that. All right, let me get a big SPY chart up. Oops. And we'll stick this on 1 minute. Yeah, again, I don't expect too much out of this, but I'll keep it up for a bit. See if there's any craziness at 2 o'clock. Well, here's one that's got a lot of room. This Natera, NTRA. Look left on the daily chart. It's got a lot of room. 35.42. Got a couple of dollars, almost 230 to the next low. And that is NTRA. All right, we are now 10 seconds away from something. Okay, red candle to begin. Then a green candle. And then a red candle. Let me get that up. Ah, you made me look. Here, I thought it was going to be close to $1, like just this approaching. I remember this one. Boy, there was some guy on in Twitter who was just incessantly pumping the heck out of this. Hopefully nobody in this room. You did make me look. Okay, guys. All right, I think the fireworks are over. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of this now. Actually, I usually hold it up for about 5 minutes. Then we usually get the market direction after about 5 minutes. Yeah, you miserable thing. So VRCA is right back to 3. I am not taking this unless it really clears 3. This is going to have to get up to, I'll get rid of that. This is going to have to get up into this area here, like 309 or something. Like really clear 3 for me to be interested. I don't know what to say to that one, Mike. It doesn't, I think I know what you might be talking about. Sometimes you put a price alert above the price and it immediately triggers and it hasn't moved. Hasn't happened to me for a long, long time. So I'm afraid I can't be any help. I don't know. Yeah, I do know what you're talking about though, but it hasn't happened to me for seemingly years now. Okay. I do know what you're talking about. You put a price alert above the current price in the pre-market and it triggers automatically. It just, but it just hasn't happened to me. And I do it all the time. I put price alerts all the time in the pre-market, but it hasn't happened to me for so long that I haven't thought about it. Okay, another just XAir just made another high for the day, 1018. So it got up to obviously got up to 1018 anyway. And so XAir, hmm. Well, your EVFM is certainly kind of basing here, but topping tails, bottoming tails, direction unknown right now, EVFM. SPY is bullish. There's no question. That first 15-minute candle. Now okay. I'll bring that up just for fun again. Look at the 1 minute. This is probably, there we go. So look at these bottoming tails. Sellers tried to knock it down. The buyers are saying, not today. So look at the SPY. Yeah, man. But you see how things like VRCA and the AXDX, things like that, they're just not affected. Under the radar, they don't really care what the overall market's doing typically. Two percent. All these small ones just aren't moving at all. Well, I shouldn't say all of them, but I mean, a lot of them are just not moving at all. I even know TTNP, that used to be over $1. Right, and I remember this one. See, I remember these days way back here when it was $73 stock. Now, this is reverse split adjusted, obviously. I don't think this is ever a $73 stock. So this is probably reverse split adjusted based on that float. Well, what did this get up to, this SYM? Got up to 1814, and the high over here is 18. You can kind of see that if tomorrow it takes out this 18 with any authority, I mean, look at the void. Yeah, see, there's a bug here, guys. I can tell right off the bat there's a bug. I should be able to see the price up here. Then I don't. So I have to go here. 28.48. Ooh. A little plunge here for FUTU. What's KWeb doing? Well, there. Now look what happened. Oh man. Look at this. I mean, seemingly, well, 4 minutes ago. Look at this, and now this. Now, why would Nautilus be going? NLS, why would Nautilus have any interest at all? Some volume came in. NLS. All right, this would be classic. Close. What time is it? 2:13. So 2:14 now. So have a minute to close. Let's get a classic doji. Almost the topping tail, the bottoming tail, almost the same length. And let's close flat. Here we get it. Oh, another 10 seconds, 9 seconds. Come on, close right there. I mean, it's amazing if that happens. Not quite. 2 seconds, 1 second, barely. Topping tail, bottoming tail, narrow body. All right, guys. Wow, 2:15 and not much action for me. So still hanging on to that AXDX just in case. And I'm glad I'm out of the VRCA. Same thing. You know, these two, I mean, they weren't big, but these two topping tails on the 15-minute chart, that's what got me out, really. It got me thinking, you know what? I mean, they weren't huge. I mean, we're only talking several cents, but nonetheless. And then look at the third one. And finally, the sellers or buyers are saying, or the buyers are saying, okay, you can have it. This is shortable too. Where did it come from? All the way down here, 269. Okay, guys, I know this is going to be kind of early, but I think I'm just going to put myself on mute. If I don't see any, I'll hop on back, get on the mic again if I see some questions. But you know, this is a little bit deadly right now for me, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. Again, any questions, I will certainly answer them. Well, guys, what another little run for XAIR. I was away from my computer, but I had the this voice to text right here, and it kept over and over and over XAIR, over and over again. And there it goes again. I mean, there's just making new high after new high. I mean, next high, honestly, we've got the next high is 1475 on the monthly chart. Can't see anything on the weekly chart, so let me back this out just a little bit. 1064 is the next high. And then we get this 1641 area. So 1305. Yeah, I mean, this has still got room. Yeah, 1064 is the next high. Boy, the temptation is unbelievable. But I have to resist. Yeah, I'm not trading it. I can't do it. I cannot do it. I have trained myself to not do that. It is shortable though. It is shortable. So there's that. 89,000. Sincerely? Yeah. No, I just don't do it. I'm very conservative when it comes to stuff like that. Oh, it's even showing up in Zach's, not even, it's showing up in Zach's topping scan now too. It's, it's tough though, because I mean, it's got a lot of enthusiasm behind it. Look at the volume that came in. Well, there is rippage now in this market. Yes. Shady called it, saying it was even though we were getting these big, giant red candles down here. Yeah, horizontal to vertical is right. Look at, you know what, guys? This trade of the week has done really, really well. Got to give kudos to Steve for coming up with this one. You got in at 480. You weren't stopped out, as far as I know. You were not stopped out. No, there's no way you were stopped out. And now, looking left, oops, this is my AXDX. Hey, what do you mean? This is my AXDX. Just a little wee move here. What's the volume like? Yeah, that's why. Not very much volume. It did show up in this. It did show up in the race, and it was just because of the void that I decided to take it. But well, I guess my guess is that William and or Zach took this one on the XR to short it. My guess. No, I did not take it. I did not take it. I was afraid it was just going to keep running. So maybe have just a little pullback, but keep running. But I'm making all sorts of money with AXDX in it. 115. It's now 118. Flowers. FLWS. I haven't seen this one for a long time. I don't think my noise canceling works on my dog. You probably hear her barking. Question is why? Oh, hey, who knows? Maybe it'll have a little late day run now. AXDX. Okay, so just looking at crude, still at 100. Brent's at 100. WTI's at 98. He says, watch Chewy. Yes. Okay, guys. Cal, KAL, maybe, just maybe. 415, 416. So the spread is okay. I have an alert set, yeah, way up here. Come on, look at this market. What a surge. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put myself back on mute and I'll pop in if anything interesting is happening. All right, Kirk. So does TI offer mobile alerts? Sort of, but not really. How's that? There is a way in which you can get, if you go to our webpage, you can sign up for SMS, mobile alerts, but it depends how many you want a day. Okay. If you're looking for, like an alert window every time an alert happens to get sent, no, it's not going to happen. So it really depends on how many you want per day, Kirk. So for instance, you can sign up for it, but you might be disappointed depending on how many you want per day. Did you hear that answer? So how many do you have? Not really. No, it's been around for a long time, Kirk. How many alerts do you get, Ija, a day? No, it's not in beta. It's been around for a long, long time. It's just that we don't push it because, people will get the idea that they can have an alert window and then boom, it'll get, depending how active your alert window is, you'll just get alerts fired at you all the time. But you can sign up for it. You obviously know if you go to our homepage, I don't even know where it is. I think it's in account management. Yeah, so I mean, if you're looking at those four alert windows and they're, giving you like I don't know how many alerts per day they're going to give you. I don't know what your windows are, but I think you're going to be disappointed. But you know what? You can try. Yeah, so if you go to the homepage, if you go to our homepage, okay, so if you go to our homepage, just give me a moment. So if you go to the homepage and then click on support and then click on account management, and here it is, email/SMS settings. Okay. So you can fill it out and just see. But if you're looking for an alert, because you want to trade immediately, I just don't think it's going to work the way you want it to. But you can try it. I should try just to see. Okay, guys. So it is now 2:56. So I'm just going to add to this. Okay, guys, so I am still here. If I have to, I'll hop on the mic. But so the main room will be open until 3:30, and then you can head over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30. Chris will be there. Okay, so I'm just going to put myself on mute now. You're late. I'm talking to Chris in our YouTube room. Chris,
Whoop, sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was caught up in a meeting and lost track of time.
Oh, one of the famous David A meetings, or
No. I had a discussion with Dave and Chris McKay and Brad about some of my brokerage plus concerns, and then was talking with Stephanie also afterwards because she's put in some different things, and I told her she should reach out to them and jump on board with me.
okay, cool. We should just scrap brokerage plus, right?
I mean, no.
I mean, no. Yeah, but I don't use it, so I don't care.
There you go. But
All about me, Chris.
A possible discussion of maybe a choice between old order entry panel and new order entry panel. But there's also other things that I'm seeing. I wouldn't hold my breath for anything soon, but it's a discussion. And then, I see once in a while, it looks like my positions sometimes all of a sudden become triplets, or all my positions disappear, or none of the columns are working. And I said, I don't know if it has to do with the order entry panel or not, or if it's this whole migrating the data and all that stuff that we're doing right now. I don't know, which one is the cart, which one is the horse on this one. Mm-hmm. But I said, if I'm seeing it, there's no way other people aren't seeing it. And, for every ticket that we get that says something about it, there's 10 that don't send a ticket in. That's how these things work with support.
Sure.
So,
well, I don't remember seeing, I know exactly what you're talking about. I just don't remember seeing all that when we had that big giant buy and sell button. I just don't remember.
Yeah, that's the same thing that I said. And I don't think there's anybody internally using Brokerage Plus more than me or longer than me. Except maybe Michael. I think that's it. But I've used it, for years now. And while it's never been absolutely perfect, I certainly found it much better than any broker's usage. And then just slowly but surely it's gone the other way. So anyways, it is what it is. I've expressed my concerns dating back to the conversation that we were having in Slack last week, I guess, on the 1st. Right. Dave saw it and said, hey, can we have a meeting about that? So I said, sure. And that's that. So we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, I'm now going to go outside and walk my dog. So have a nice hour, Chris, and I'm sure we'll probably talk to you tomorrow in the marketing meeting.
Sounds good, Barry. Take care. Have a good walk.
Okay. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So happy, let's say today is Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's got to be Wednesday. Sorry, I get lost when we have these short and long weeks and whatever else is going on. So you get a little inside peek at some stuff going on behind the scenes here. Let's see. Fed released minutes today. Apparently, whatever they released, the market liked it, I guess. That's all I can gather. I'm guessing that by this here, the SPY chart, because we didn't make a new low on the day, but we did make a new high on the day. But here you can see this is at around the 2 o'clock time. They released their minutes from the previous meeting, and off to the races went the SPY. So we'll see what that translates to. Maybe the bottom's in. I don't think so, but I would sure love it if it was. I prefer things to be that way. I prefer a bull market. It's better for everybody. So that's that anyways. Very lackluster day for me. Some of the bios were looking real strong early in the morning and then kind of just stopped. So I almost jumped back in AUPH when this third 15-minute candle opened there. I said, I'm just not ready. And then that happened. So felt good about that decision. Same thing, IMGN. Thought about a position there, and I said, nope. TGTX, same thing. They all started strong. I just said, yeah, Fed minutes today, and the market's weird, and I'm just not feeling it. However, I did jump in on Mankind right on this candle, actually. And as soon as we started doing that, I exited right here, as a matter of fact. I don't know. Oh, I disconnected. That's why I can't see the trade anymore. And that was it for me. So, made about cheeseburgers worth of money or something like that. It is what it is. Wasn't a great trade, but better than nothing, I guess. I don't know. Fire your questions and your concerns to me, folks. Sorry, just typing some messaging back and forth here, and I did not have my chat panel open. Sorry, Willow, how are you? I don't know why I thought I had the chat panel open, but it was covered. I was fooled by an illusion. So I'll just bring up a SPY real quick while we're not looking or talking about anything else. So this is what I'm talking about here to illustrate better. We looked at a 15-minute chart, an intraday chart showing there's the Fed releases those minutes. And here we are, a nice move up. As I mentioned yesterday, I said, I think, we might see 390, 391. I'd be surprised if we got to 392. I just feel like the market will be tired by the time we get there. But I hope I'm wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong. I have nothing to gain by us being in a bear market. It is much easier to trade a bull market. That's a good shot down from here to here, obviously. That's nothing to sneeze at as far as a drop as well. And again, I won't pretend to know what the Fed minutes said. I don't really care. It's not going to change anything about what I'm doing whatsoever. The only thing that will change what I'm doing is price, volume, and trend. That's it. So if they said something bullish and now all of a sudden the trend becomes sideways to sideways up, awesome. Won't matter what they said to me. If they said something bearish, we'll just continue on the way we are down. And again, still won't matter to me. It is 100% irrelevant what they said. I would note this. Things that have been terribly beat up. So you got your SMH here, bouncing good. Utilities that fell off a cliff, bouncing real well here. More semiconductors, bouncing good. Information bouncing. And that's going to just follow with the Qs bouncing. I think all that. Natural gas, struggles. Now, where is my XBI? Those are the bios I was talking yesterday that they're stronger relative to the rest of the market. Well, they've had, a nice couple of week move here. They're running into resistance here. Maybe. They're just getting tired and they need a breather. Maybe. I don't know. They are not the darling. They're not the leader today. And my poor friend, the K-Web. Big gap down, trying to reverse it. We'll see what happens here. But China, shots fired at China today. So we'll see, tested just beyond these recent lows from last week. We'll see what that equals. I feel like this is a big area. I like this descending triangle that's here. We'll see how that works. Descending triangles generally resolve that way, but that doesn't mean anything. And, you know, we got the short-term trend going on here. So I like a lot of Chinese stocks more because there's some low price stocks that are in there that can be very explosive and make for some great day trading vehicles. So that's, you know, why my hope is that China, we'll take a look at the FXI as well. You know, China can hold itself together and we can get moving. Again, that's not a great line. There we go. That's much better. These descending triangles here. Like I said, descending triangles generally like to resolve themselves this way. Generally. That does not mean that is not possible. And I'll also say, you know, I don't know when they'll come out with the numbers, and like everything else, I'm sure they'll fudge them to look as good as they can to, you know, just to make people feel better. We're in a recession. I mean, there are at least definitely big swaths of the country that are in a recession, and sections or industries that are no doubt in a recession. And if we are, that means other parts of the world are too. So it's not everywhere. It's not touching everything, but, you know, it's there. Them's facts. So any thoughts on YumC today? Yum Brands, really good company. It looks good. Let's take a look at YumC. Let's see. You know, like the rest of a lot of Chinese charts, I like it. You know, overall, you know, we built on these higher lows, all right, and then, you know, some higher highs on top of that as well. It's gotta hold this levelish though. We start to break these lows right here for YumC, and then, you know, that trend change is dead. It's dead in the water. You know, I won't say it's dead in the water, but I think you get what I'm saying, is that, you know, it makes it harder to be a believer in a trend change on this because, you know, we got to look at the facts here. It's in a big downtrend for a long time. For over a year, this was in a down. Well, from here to, you know, here anyways, we could say it's a downtrend, right? And here, so just shy of a year, and here's where we can say a possible trend change has begun. Possible. I don't know. We'll see. But no, decent chart. Definitely worth keeping an eye on. I think also a chart like this with this trend change starts to give you some defined risk levels to look at. And now for me, what I would look at is this here. Below here, we're headed lower. Above here, we're headed higher. Now, where higher? I mean, to the top of that candle, to the top of this candle, you know, we've got stops to make along the way on higher. With plenty of sideways room to move as well. But overall, not a bad looking chart. Chris, how are you? I'm doing all right. I must admit, the one thing I learned from you is to get out quickly if the trade turns south. I am so glad to hear that. If I had only learned that earlier, I won't say that I didn't learn it earlier. It was just there's probably a number of times early on in trading where I had a deep stop and the trade was never going to work anyways, and I should have just killed it right away. But I was still trying to understand how to set stops, or I'm still trying to understand how to set stops, to be honest. But risk management, man. And here's the, you know, here's the thing. You can always get back in the trade. You know, you can always get back in. So just, you know, something big to keep in mind. Always get back in that trade. So, all right, what are we at? 344. And, well, all of a sudden, SPY's getting a little top shadowy. We'll see if that's it for it, or what we're doing here. But anyways, that's the market in a nutshell. Sorry, just hitting a message back that came into me, some internal chatters. Alrighty. So we got all of that. We're looking at. So here's something that popped on, again, you know, something I was watching this morning. Couldn't really make a move that I wanted to see. You know, I'm looking at things like this, you know, got this swathing base here. Could we get it just a little pop for a day trade? That's what I was looking for. Couldn't get it today. I didn't get a move yesterday. Nice little move yesterday for under $4 stock. But doesn't mean in the coming days it can't happen. Here is KAL. This thing made some moves today also. Some wicked moves here in this, as a matter of fact. These topping shadows. But, you know, off this, you know, opened under $3. Got over 5 today. So definitely quite the move here. And, well, so something else that popped up here. Was there something else that I'm missing? I was watching blue again, you know, just to see if it had followed through, but really just rejected on this level all day long. So that wasn't doing. Wow, Beyond Meat. How the mighty have fallen. My goodness. YMAB. That's got a beautiful move today. Look, it's only won one race today. That's a shame. I wonder what kept it off my race. Oh, this is what kept it off my races, I bet. Probably didn't cross that volume threshold till recently. A little spready too. Not bad. Definitely a workable spread here. You can see here. Right now, 5 cents. It was 7 cents a minute ago. That's a workable spread. Got to put a little effort in to get that one. Mike C, what's happening? My sector list, it's just a ton of ETFs. I created a global symbol list that you all can have access to now. That'll have all these symbols in here. So if you go to right click configure, go to symbols list, add existing list, and come down to look for sector analysis user guide. And that's exactly what I have in here. So, you know, just mostly your basic food groups, you know. Got solars here, banks, home builders, agriculture, energy. Oops, moved on me. That's energy. Or mining, I'm sorry, it's mining and metals. Where's energy? Lost my energy. There we go. There's energy. You know, there's some oddballs that are in here, like autonomous driving. I decided to throw that in there for fun. What's another oddball? Super dividend REIT. These are your broker dealers. So any of your broker dealers that are traded publicly, cloud computing, you know, more finance, batteries and all that, lithium batteries and all that. What else do we have? Industrials, more materials, your overall REITs, healthcare, consumer staples. Here's health. So, you know, basic food groups, and then, you know, a few spicy flavors in there as well. So, but you have access to that whole list. Anybody can attach, can create a top list and have that. And I mean, if anybody wants to follow along on screen, we could just do it as an exercise real fast. We go new, we go top list. And what I would do is this: I would go make sure you have no filters in here. All right. And then figure out the columns that you want to have. All right. And, if you don't see a column that's among these here, go through and search for the columns you want, select if you want call volume or something like that, and click show column. If you want change in 10 minutes, show column, so on and so forth. And then come to symbols list, go to add existing list, scroll down and find sector analysis, user's guide, give that the old double click, and then put a check mark in it over here. And so make sure it says only the following lists. Give it a name, press OK, and that's it. I think this defaults to be 100 on the record count, so you're good there. Yeah, 100. I think there's like 75, 6, 7, 8, something like in between 75 and 78 symbols that I put on there. And anything changes, I'll just update the list. For example, a couple of years ago, MJ was something different. I don't remember what MJ was called, but it was something different. So, simple enough for you all to be able to do that exact thing right there. Not much trading, huh, Mike? Yeah, same thing here. I knew, whoa, SPY just fell off a cliff. Well then. All right, I won't say it fell off a cliff, but I mean, it just gave up most of what it just did over the last hour and a half. So that happens just that fast on us here, folks. And that's a bear market for you. Yeah, same thing, Fed day. I just, tomorrow's probably going to be another headache of a day. So I'm hoping for a decent day on Friday, a decent action day on Friday. So ACI, Michael Anthony puts in there. ACI, is that Albertsons? Yeah. You can't call it a double bottom. It's on the bottom still, It's got to come back up here and then maybe call it a double bottom. Like that's a double top. All right, we can clearly see we topped, we're down. Here, we're simply in a downtrend still. A double bottom will be if let's say we get up to, I don't know, $30 and hold it, I would say. Then maybe we could talk about that being a double bottom down here. But short of that, no. I will say this, for a bullish cause on it, descending triangle. And again, descending triangles prefer to resolve themselves this way versus that way. So, yeah, I mean, I think the Fed has never been everybody was worried about inflation, and now people like, Peter Schiff, who's been calling about inflation for 15 years, or, Jim Rogers or someone like that, they don't count because they're beating the same drum for decades. So they don't count. A broken clock is right twice a day. Those guys aren't even right twice a day. So no comment on, they made all kinds of money on, a couple of big transactions and all that, and good for them. But, anybody with a brain knew that inflation was a foregone conclusion. At some point, we could only kick that can down the road so far. And, this isn't something that just happened last year or 2 years. This has been happening since we decided to start printing money like nobody's business in 2008. So it is what it is. With all that said, I don't think that's a surprise to anybody except the Fed and Treasury and probably Congress. So anyways, but that's, I'll say this for Albertson. I like that. And here's the thing. We'd call it a low risk to a high reward, in the sense that if you're wrong down here at 25 and change. All right. You know it, because you're wrong here. You headed down to 20 very likely. All right. But you're right. Nice upside to that, headed up towards the top of this range, quite possibly. Both are possibilities. Neither are guaranteed. But, you know, you have a much nicer looking upside or much more room to the upside than you do to the downside on being wrong. Unless, obviously, you're just going to bag hold it all the way to wherever it goes. But, you know, somewhere below that level, you know, it could get, you know, it has the capabilities of getting ugly. It should. I wouldn't say it should. It could. Nothing ever should anything. But like I said, there's a, you know, someone that's looking to quote unquote bottom pick a downtrend. You got a bottom that's in here, and below that bottom, the next bottom is possibly $20. So, you know, someone that takes a shot here at 26.80 or 26.50 or 27, you know, you're looking at a, you know, $1 to $1.50 stop for possible, you know, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8 reward. It's a nice risk reward setup. I mean, look, Jim Rogers in his own right is successful in all kinds of ways, but he, you know, Jim Rogers gave up on the U.S., I don't know, 25 years ago, moved over to Malaysia, sold all of his U.S. assets or whatever, and, you know, said that, you know, the U.S. is dead and the dollar's dead. And he's been saying the same thing since like 2000 or 2003. I don't know, maybe it's a slow death and it is happening. I'm playing for today. You know, he has a different game. He's, you know, he's looking at a different chessboard than me, perhaps. But, you know, he's literally been calling for the dollar to be dead for however long. And compared, you know, the US dollar compared now to what it was in the 1980s is trash. So is everybody else's currency, though. So there's no, you know, that's fine. It's just the least ugly of all the ugly ducklings in the end. It's the same thing with someone like Dennis Gartman. You know, everybody, you know, picks on Dennis Gartman for as, you know, complete contrary. You know, whatever Dennis Gartman says, just do the opposite and whatever. You know, people forget that. You know, Dennis Gartman had, you know, one of the great all-time currency calls of all time with the dollar yen back in the 80s that, you know, made the name that he has. So, but, you know, I don't forget when Dennis Gartman said that we'll never see oil above $45 again in our lifetime, and that $45 is the nirvana level for oil. And, you know, oil went on right after he said that to move all the way down into the lower 30s again. Then it moved back up into the 60s. Then it went negative and, you know, touched 130 or something, or 140 like 2 weeks ago or whatever it was. So, you know, like I said, broken records and clocks. Yeah, no, that was a big reason why Jim Rogers went over there, is to have his children educated over there. That I knew too. But no, I mean, you know, when I used to watch a lot of CNBC, I mean, I can't tell you how many times him and Nouriel Roubini and whoever else come on and just doom and gloom for the U.S., doom and gloom for the U.S. and the dollar, and it's all going to tank, and the stock market's going to zero, and the U.S. reign is over, and all those things like that. I mean, at some point they're going to be right. Nothing lasts forever. Literally nothing lasts forever. So, anyways, some fun talk. I don't think Michael knew that it was going to get bought out. I didn't know it was getting bought out. You know, it's just it ranked at the top of whatever on the list of scans. Not the list of scans, on the referring to the RFP here for the strength alerts, the swing picks, or whatever we're calling them these days. So it just ranked high. It's interesting, this big base that it had forming here. But it matters not now. Because that thing got bought out, so all the same. But let's see. FNKO's got a couple day run in it. Actually had quite a bit of volume today as compared to yesterday. A lot more volume. Yesterday was like 500,000 traded. It's over 1.3 million today. Looks like PGR's having an okay day today, but I don't know how that translates in comparison to what it did yesterday. All right, so actually finished okay yesterday and finishing strong today. So we'll see. Whoops, I forgot I'm supposed to be in a meeting. There we go. Yeah, and that's the thing. These guys, how many times does someone come on the TV and they have a position they need to get out of, and they all of a sudden they love this position that's down 30% or, whatever else. So again, just entertainment. Follow the money. Always follow the money. Where's the money? It's on the charts. Yeah, I saw that on Twitter last night, Michael Anthony, about REI. Yes, Thursdays there's the inventories. Thursday at 10:30, I believe. Yeah, what's funny is a lot of times these charts look extended to me coming out of the strength alerts, and then a lot of them go on to be okay. Not all of them, but I've seen some ones that just I was like, okay, makes the algorithm. It makes the algorithm. I mean, here's one, UPP. This was back in June sometime. It was coming through here, and look at where it is now. It just continues to make new highs on it. So, it is what it is. Let's see what else is on there right now. So this is on here. That's interesting. What else? PGR is still on there. So it's still on there for today. PRVA. That's interesting. SIGA, that's interesting. Can't help when you start to notice some things like this. And the fact we're talking about biotech and pharmaceuticals, that's there. All right. Also, healthcare services, also casualty insurance carriers. You start to see a theme here. What are you? And technology, all the digital solutions, engineering, cyber expertise. Okay, you're just word salad. And you've got three stocks like that coming through a relative strength, and we talked about the relative strength in the IVB and the XBI as compared to the others. You got to notice those things. Got to pay attention. Got to go where the money's going. IINN, was that was it making big moves in the pre-market? What did it do during the day? Oh wow, yeah, that'd have been hefty. More medical stuff. So that might be where we have to pay attention for a while. What do I think of the REI deal? I have no idea. I won't even pretend to understand any of that stuff. Here's what I think. Is this what I want? Yes. Remember when Kohl's was getting bought out and it was going to go to the, go way up and whatever else? That's what I think. Kohl's was getting bought out here. We're now here. So, when it comes to buyouts, I have no idea. No idea whatsoever. I mean, I guess it means REI believes in their company and they want to grow. That's what I can glean from it. But outside of that, I just saw some of the people that I know that are involved in actual that work in oil fields and wireline and all that stuff like that. They were discussing it, and their conversation is based on a lot of stuff that goes on the physical work of all of it. Yeah, I'd imagine, because if that was that active, so IINN was that active in the pre-market, then it didn't really get active until 8:30. That's interesting. Interesting. I didn't know that, Peter. So yeah, here's your news. And nice move going into that. And then, yeah, you probably had a good amount of people that caught, some of this move in here and decided on the open, you're going to sell and head to the beach for the day, or the golf course, or crocheting class. But I'll say this, small float. Looks like the shorts have really moved out of it recently. That liquidity is going to still be there tomorrow, right? And, could have some room to run tomorrow. I don't know. Not my cup of tea quite personally, but I better be active tomorrow. Go either way. Might make for a great short. Back down to fill the gap. perhaps it holds and the news is worthy enough to keep it moving up. And certainly worth noting, that's for sure. Can't sneeze at a set, to this point, 73.39% move. So we'll see to the point of tomorrow what it has in store. ATHA, what do you look like? ATHA. So trying to get a little gap fill here. Pharmaceutical, again, right area. I'm just guessing they've had a series of bad news events that caused that. I mean, it's into that gap, and gaps, can act like a vacuum. Not that it's getting there. That's decent setup, Michael Anthony. I mean, also sets up an okay risk reward down here, below, below this 250 level or so. You're in the doghouse. You could even raise that level a little bit to be more conservative. You could say below $3. You could be in the doghouse. So you're setting up that 50-cent stop for a reward to that side. So not a bad risk reward setup there. It's okay volume in it too for the day. Did a 866, about what it's been doing recently. And we can see that we've had an overall uptick in volume up until today / yesterday. So worth noting. Not like you can fall much further from 350 anyways. Actually closed around 340. And let's see what else. There's something else I just wanted to look at. Sorry, I'm a bit of a scatterbrain right now. Oh, KRNT. You mentioned that. Shorting that. KRNT. Oof. That'll wreck someone's day. You were holding that short through that gap down. It can make your month. Let's see here. What it looked like in the pre-market. Oh, so gap down in the pre-market. And then had a real release here around 9 o'clock. Also, noticeably a nice bounce off the bottom. Something else I'd like to note for any of you that ever come across my Twitter feed, most mornings I post pre-market highs versus pre-market lows and then show the stocks that have the largest volume percent today. It's that point whenever I make the post, usually in between, I'll say 6:15 and 6:30 Eastern time is when I get those posts out. And this morning, I have to note that there was just no volume early pre-market at all. I mean, none. And even on the full pre-market stream, those scanners, there was very anemic volume, not many highs or lows after I'd started up my scans at about 5:45 this morning. So, seemed to me that we were going to have a lackluster day in volume. Let's take a look, actually, the SPY's volume overall coming into today. So, yeah, we're right back down towards the lower end of the volume that we've had recently. And SPY traded about 68.5 million shares today. So a huge portion of that coming here on the close. Or I should say coming after the Fed minutes and then on the close. You can see right here at 2 o'clock where it really took off. So yeah, there's that. What else? Is there anything else noteworthy for us to discuss here? I'm trying to think. I had to set off a price alert. I don't think there's anything special going on here in the post market with that. Nope. A lot of nada. Properties, turn off post market. Let's see. I mostly looked at the SPY recently. Haven't done much on Qs. Back it out. Back. The way back machine. Back to the fence. Oof. Definitely look rougher. Definitely look rougher. That looks like it's ready to short right back down to here. We'll see. The IWM. Like the IWM is like always slowest to do everything. Slowest to make new highs, slowest to make new lows. That is not, is that on pre-pandemic highs? That's news to me. Ain't that something? But the IWM never participated like the others did as far as that recovery went in the market. So also worth noting that. My Twitter feed, sorry, I had this off for a second. My Twitter is 734. That's me on Twitter. And do I know anything about SIG? No, I don't know anything about it. SIGA. Not a thing. I just know it's been, let's call it popularly traded for the last couple of months. Gonna have to resolve itself sooner or later. That symmetrical triangle it's got going on. But I have no idea. I'm guessing they must have had some kind of big news here. And I think, what was it? Michael said to me a few weeks ago, a stock similar to this. I said, wow, it's really moving. I wonder what's going on. He said, degenerates have to have something to gamble on. So, and then I told him, hey, I'm one of those degenerates. Leave me alone. So I just suspect some of that's going on there. Some kind of maybe believable news that's kept people trading it and interested in it, and then bringing the technicians still to hang in there as well. And oh, monkeypox play. There you go. Sorry. So that's what you have. Monkeypox. Awesome. I'm sorry, just checking some things here. Looks like someone wasn't receiving my messages. All right, what else? Is there anything else to note here? We kind of denoted some sectors. We talked about the overall market. We talked about some different stocks that looked interesting. I ain't got much else. I'm running out of here. My scan. Is there anything on you? Anything on you worth noting? Wow. That's something. Look at this. Bio. And broken plastics. Crop farming. Plastic resin. Word salad. Housing. Pharmaceutical. Insurance. Pest control. Pharmaceutical. Soap. Okay. Paper bag. Oh, Reynolds. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so you can kind of see a theme here. Probably about half those or more that we just went through. Pharmaceutical. trucking, chemical product preparation. All right, so some things to do with building in here, actually, and pharmaceuticals quite a bit. So, all right, you know, the compass is still pointing us in that direction more than less. So, all right, that's some stuff that's worth noting there. And I think with that said, we'll wrap it up for today here, folks. So, let's see, Thursday, again, bear market. Careful. Day after Fed release, you know, who knows what the big whales are going to want to do. And, you know, just be nimble. Cookies are on the plate. Eat them quick. Get that money in the coffers and move on to the next one, right? Something's not working. Consider cutting it short real quick as well, you know. Don't cut it short and disobey your plan. You know, if you got a plan, you got to stop, you know, believe in that plan, let it work. But, you know, enter these trades with a plan. Be strict about that plan. Don't mess around. Don't mess around. Can you tell if a company's shares are oversold by a chart? No, because I mean, what's oversold? You know, look at here. Look at this thing. Look at the downtrend for pot stocks in general. I mean, at what point is it oversold? It's all the way up here at over $30. It's down here at $6 now. I mean, they're gonna have to rebalance this thing. They're not gonna have a choice. I mean, what's oversold? Was it oversold here? Was it oversold here? Was it oversold here? So, I mean, you could put things like RSI on a chart to find oversold, you know, but it's going to be quote unquote oversold to a relative period. You know, RSI usually works on 14 periods. So you use MACD or something like that as well, or stochastics, you know, different indicators or oscillators, I should say, for oversold. But just because something's oversold doesn't mean it can't continue to sell. So there's no cut and clean way to do it other than, you know, looking for trends and reversals of those trends. That's what I would say, you know, as far as for looking at the charts there, Michael Anthony. So, all right, everybody, thank you all. You all have a wonderful evening yourselves. And let's see, Thursday, you get Steve tomorrow and at noon, and then back to me again. So, all right, take care, everybody. Have a great night.